you can see Scrimba. We have it over here. Open up scrimba.com. And here you're going to sign in. Just use whichever account you have. I'm going to sign it with my Google. So I'm going to wait until my accounts pop up. And I'm going to press on continue. And there we go. We have logged in on Scrimba. Now here on this side, you'll be able to learn these codes or learn these courses at the same time. And it can also work with your own command lines too. So if you want to work or get started already, first thing what you have to do is click on New Scrims at the bottom. Now, when you click on New Scrims, this type of interface will open up. Another thing, or one of the most advantage thing about Scrimba is that whenever you are working with any of these files, let's say you want to work with, let's say jQuery or maybe React State or Python, whichever one you work or whichever one you want to work with, you just have to click on that and it will create up that, template for you to work with. But as we have it, we need HTML, which is very important right now. And the next thing what I want to do is that I'm going to create myself up a JS file, which is going to be the React file. Okay, so I'm going to click on React. There we go. We have index.jsx, but you can also use only JS file, whichever one you prefer. So you can use this one too, index.js. That is also very helpful. And index HTML, we already have it. And then we also have the index.css file. So you can also use them. You can also rename them. We also have dependencies, which we'll be able to work with. But most of the work we're going to be doing is going to be inside of the index.js file. And the thing which you see over here on the HTML, we are going to be using the exact thing, but I'm going to customize it from the body. We already have the div. So inside the div ID, one thing which you want to change, or one of the most important things which you want to change, is that you have to term it as root. So first thing what I want to do is that inside of this app over here, cut this off. And here you're going to type in root. There we go. That's all you need to do. Everything is going to be the same. You also have the CSS file. We also have the index.js file, which is the basic script over here. So there we go. We have, we don't even need to touch it anymore. Let's just go off to index file. Okay. So let's go off to index. Now the thing what we have to do over here is that we have to know how to import our files. So here you can see we have this over here, import, and then $, and from we have this jQuery. But one thing what we need to do over here is that we have to put in React. Okay, so I'm going to change this import. I'm going to import React. Okay, React. And inside of jQuery, I'm going to say, let's cut all of these off. I'm going to say React. Import React from React. And then I'm going to type in import, let's say React DOM. React DOM from React DOM. React DOM. That's it. And here we're going to start putting our elements. So let's just cut this off first. Here we're going to say React DOM dot render what do I want to render? And then I'm going to put in a comma over here. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to just, intertwine it with root. So I'm going to say document dot get element by ID. And then here, open up the parentheses, double quotation, and then you're going to type in root. There we go. We have 2 brackets at the end. And now what you can do is run the code. And there we go. We have this unexpected end of JSON input. Okay, because this is yet not done, we have to apply a bit more of the customization because we want this to be visible. So what I want to do over here is that inside of what do I want to render, I'm going to cut this off. Okay, and here we're going to get more about JSX. So what we've learned about JSX is that how you can use HTML codes or line of codes inside of the JS file. So that is exactly what we are going to be doing right now. Because one thing you can see most of the time in our index, or not index, on this HTML, we use this one code line or one string, which is called the header. Okay, so I'm going to be putting the header inside of our React file. So here, open up this one, and I'm going to say H1, close it off. H1, say hello. Hello world. And I'm going to close off the string by slash or oblique H1. There we go. Now, I have already applied it. Now, if I run the code, and you can see now this is working and there is no error. So this is basically how it will work even if we go off the index over here. Now, I'm going to go off the index.css. There we go. We have nothing. We also have nothing which we are trying to, just visualize. And even if we go off the index, this is the exact thing which we are, visualizing, or which we are actually representing inside of our, let's say, our website. So I can also change the text instead of hello world. Let's say, I love oranges. Now, if I run the code, so basically whenever I play this right now, there we go. We can see we have our text changed. So this is basically how you'll be able to change the text whenever you want to, just by, changing your text over here. And one thing you can see is that inside our JavaScript, we have used our H1 or header 1 code or our function, which we mostly use in HTML. So whenever you use these type of commands inside of your JavaScript, that is basically called JSX. And JSX can only be used, let's say, it can be used like a multiple times, but it only has to be inside of one code. Let's say if we try 2 codes, it will not work. So instead, if I just put in, let's say, deviation, it will work like this, okay? /div. It will work properly, okay? You can see it is still working, but if we just change this, and if I put in div over here, close it off. Let's say, let me just copy this whole thing. And if I say the brown dog, and if I paste it over here and put in the /, there we go. And now if I play it, it might show me an error. You can see unexpected identifier object. It's because when you are working with JSX, it will not work with 2 of these HTML codes. So you have to make sure that everything, or whatever HTML codes you use, it should be inside of one string. Okay? Now you'll be able to work with more of these commands at the same time. Just like I said, maybe I'm going to work with a paragraph and also a deviation and also H1 at the same time. So first thing, what you have to do is make sure that this line is or stays just the same as it is. So here, what I want to do is that I want to start off with deviation. So I'm going to put in div over here. And after div, I'm going to put in my H1 code over here. H1. And here, I'm going to put in, let's say, hello world. And inside, I'm going to put in another paragraph. So here, I'm going to put in our close of my H1 over here. And then I'm going to open up my paragraph. Let's say this is a paragraph. Okay? I'm going to close up my paragraph at the same time, but you're going to close all the deviation at the end. Div. There we go. And this is how it should actually look like. And you can also play it up anytime you want to, because that is how it should be working. So basically, if we run the whole thing, let's just play it. And there we go. We have changed the text into hello world. This is a paragraph. So this is basically how you'll be working with HTML codes, but this is just the basic. Now, whenever you want to work with direct JavaScript files, it will not work how it is. Another thing what you can do is classify if you're using JSS, so you can put in /, and then you can put in JSX and then run the code again, and there we go. So you might obviously see cannot use import statement from a module. So it is still not imported, but it is still working and still analyzing that this is a JavaScript file and it is being, intertwined with another HTML. Okay. So whenever you want to work with JavaScript files, the coding or the line of commands could be a bit different. So it might be something like var, okay? Var my, let's say something like my new p equal, let's say document dot create element, and then inside you have to put in maybe like a p over here. And then what you want to do is that if you want to create a paragraph inside of your JavaScript, what you have to do is put in my new paragraph dot inner HTML, and then you have to put in equal, and then you have to put in, let's say, under like double quotation over here. This is a paragraph. Okay, so up till now, I hope you understood about everything in this class. This is how you'll be able to create, let's say, you have to customize your website, and this is how you'll be able to do it just by using the react.js file. And if it doesn't work out for you, I'm also going to be showing you how you'll be able to use IDEs to actually create these type of platforms and visualize your data. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope to see you guys in my next lesson. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In our previous class, I've shown you how you'll be able to use React DOM and JSX on your JavaScript. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to use any IDE for using React. So make sure not to skip any part of this class because every part is going to be very important. And if you do miss a couple of things, it might be a bit of hassle later on. So first thing what we're going to do is download node.js and any IDE which you want to use or whichever one you are comfortable with. So let's open up any web browser which you have on your device. Search for that and go off the nodes.js org. And then just download this LTS file. And after this downloads up, just install it on your device. And I already have it downloaded and installed on my device. So let me just show it to you. And the next thing what you want to download is whichever IDE you prefer to use. Now, in this class, I'm going to be showing it to you with Visual Studio Code. Now, if you don't have it on your device, just type in Visual Studio Code download. And you will have this link over here. Just open it up and select whichever extractor which you have as your OS. If you have a Mac or maybe even a Linux, you will have them over here. But as I have Windows, so I'm going to be downloading Windows. And after this is also downloaded, just hit install and run it on your device. So I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code right now. Let's say Visual Studio Code. I'm going to create a text file over here on a new folder, and I'm going to open it up with Visual Studio Code. There we go. And now as I have Visual Studio Code opened, now the first thing what I want to do is open up a new terminal. Now there are a couple of things which you have to start off with. First off is going to be downloading or installing npm on your device. So for that, type in npm install npm g. Hit enter and it will start installing on your device, but I already have it installed on my device. So there we go. It's going to show me a result in just a moment. There we go. We have it. Now the next thing what you want to do is open up a React tab. So what you're going to do is type in npx, type in create dash react dash app. And I'm going to name my app just my app. There we go. Hit on enter and it will also start creating an app for me. And I already have it done. You can see package.json has been opened. So there we go. We are good to go over here. Now what we can do over here is open up the folder. There we go, react.js. And we will have the text file over here. And you'll be able to use this React folder, which you already have over here. Now the next thing, what I want to do over here is open up CD. Or you will also have the folder over here. Here I'm going to type in cd, let's say my app, hit on enter, and you might see this error sometime. And if you see this error, what you want to do is open up the React file again. Now you can see this is basically installing on my device. And after all of them is installed, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to customize every part of it and how you're going to get started. So after all of them will be installed on your device, this is what it's going to look like. And then you can type in this one. Let's say I'm going to type in cd my app, hit on play, and there we go. This is where the documentary is. And then I can also type in npm start just like it says. And you can see there we go. We have this over here start, and we can also open our app and also our React script right over here. And right after we wait for a bit, you can see that it will open up on a localhost 3000 and it will show you out the page which has been created with our JSON file and also our react.js. You can see there we go. We have edit src app. This is how it will look like. Then let's open up Visual Studio Code again. So what we want to do is open my app, src over here, app.js. And let's just cut out this part inside of the paragraph and let's say this is my app. There we go. That's all. Shift and enter. Now if we go over here and refresh it, and we're going to wait for a bit until this has been refreshed on my screen. And right after refreshing, you can see this is how it looks like. We'll also be able to change it however we want. Let's say instead of this, if I type in I love oranges, shift and enter, that's all. You can also cut this off and just hit on shift and enter over here. Go off over here, refresh the page again, and then wait for a bit. Let's say I'm going to click on this over here. If I just reload it for a while, and then you also have to run it without debugging. You can also run them anytime you want. And now if I go back to the site and you can see, I love oranges. This is how it will look like. So that's all you need to know about this class. And now another thing, what we need to know about Create React App is that there are two types of, let's say, React App, NPX and NPM. NPX is basically used as Create React App, just like we did over here, and then our project name. And then what we did is use the package runner on NPX. While in NPM, we had to install it just by using npm install npm and then G. And we can also create the same React app just by using, let's say, the code line and then the project name. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of this class, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In our previous class, we've learned how to use IDE for React. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to use functional components on your React file. So every part of it is going to be very important, and without any further ado, any IDE which we have on our device, in case of, let's say, Visual Studio Code. From my screen, you can see that I have a file which I did in my previous class. And there we go, we have my app over here. And let's go off to src over here and let's open up app.js. And on app.js, let's remove everything from header to header, and we're just going to keep the div, okay? So there we go. And now the next thing, what we need to do is we have to go off to src over here, click on src and create a new folder. And I'm going to name it components. There we go. Inside of this component folder, I'm going to create another file, which I'm going to name greet.js. There we go. Now we have the greet.js file. And now inside of our greet.js file, I'm going to customize it a bit, and I'm going to import React. So I'm going to type in import React from React. Okay. Now I'm going to make a function. The function is going to be greet, open close brackets, open up the curly brackets, and we need the return value. Return. Now the return value should be inside of H1, and I'm going to say, welcome, Henry. And now I'm going to export it, default, greet. Okay? So now as I have a default and also I have exported it inside of app.js, and now you have to customize this one over here. Okay? So first thing, what you need to customize over here is that inside of div, and also import the greet inside of the app.js. So here you have to type in, let's say I'm going to create a bit of space over here. Import. Let's cut this off. And here I'm going to type in import greet. Let's say greet from. And then open up single parentheses or single quotation. Docs slash and type in components. Components slash greets. Okay, so this is the exact file. Okay, so you can also type in capital C over here, components greets, and obviously if it shows you an error, we're going to change it back so you don't have to worry about it. Components greets. We're done with this part. And we don't have to put in .js. That's all we need. Now I'm going to create another line of command over here. I'm going to import React. React over here, comma, curly brackets. Put in components. There we go. We have our component from React. There we go. So there we go, we have it. And now inside our deviation, we have to put in greets. There we go. Here I'm going to put in greets, open, close. Now here I'm going to cut this one off. There we go. And now we can try playing the whole thing. Let's say I'm going to run it. And there we go. This is going to be our page. And now you can see sometimes this is how it looks like on localhost. But on the React app, you can see that we have our results. And we also have welcome Henry to be visualized. If we go off to React.js, and here if I put in, let's say, I love oranges. Over here, there we go. And now if we still play it, and now we'll see this on our screen. Let's just wait for a bit, reload. And you can see after we reload it, this is how it should look like. So now you have basic idea about using functional components on your React file. And just the way I did it, make sure to try to use it on your own. And obviously make sure that, or keep in mind, is that every file or everything, whenever you do coding or programming, everything is very case sensitive. So try to make sure that when you are intertwining any file with the other one, make sure it is the same name, okay? Even though if it is like a lowercase or maybe a capital case, make sure to keep that thing in mind, check it out, and then use it to intertwine them. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In our previous class, we've learned about functional components. In this class, we're going to learn about class components, about its brief, and also how will you be able to work along. So let's open up Visual Studio Code and get started with our class. So you can see from my opened up the same file which I've used in my previous class. Now here, what we're going to do is that we already have our greet.js file. But we're not going to be customizing anything over here. Instead, we're going to create another folder and another file to be working with. So here inside of our components folder, we're going to create another file, which we have over here. Let's click on components, click on file, and let's name it welcome.js. There we go. Now we have our welcome.js file. And obviously the first thing what we need to do is import React. Now, most of the time what we do is we just import React from React, but as we are going to be using two of these class, okay? So what I'm going to do is just put in import. You're going to type in React, comma, and then you're going to import component inside of it. Component. There we go. And you're going to open it from React. Okay? So this is what you need to put over here. Now, after you are done with it, you have to define the class, or let's say the function. So I'm going to type in class welcome. And there are two simple steps to actually identify that this is a class. So I'm going to put this over here. And I can also extend up the command and also extend it up to the component. So you can put in extends component over here, extends the components. Okay. I'm going to create a bit of space over here. And here you are going to render, close it off, and you're going to open up the third bracket again. And you want to return a value, which is going to be, let's say, inside of page 1. And you can say something like class components. Okay, there we go. And you can also export it. So I can also export default, and I'm going to put it welcome. That's it. So we can go off to, let's say, app.js over here. And inside, I'm going to import it, import welcome from, say, open up the quotation, dot components / welcome. Over here, we have put that. Let's just put in the slash over here. And over here on greets, let's put in the tag. Let's say I'm going to say welcome / close. And then you want to run up the whole thing, run without debugging. And you're going to wait for a bit, refresh it. So after running the whole thing, you can see this is how it looks like. We have our class components and also I love oranges. Now if I just minimize it and go up to welcome.js, instead of class components, if I type in I love bananas too. And now if I run the whole thing, run without debugging, let's go off over here, I love bananas too. Okay? So this is how you'll be able to class your components anytime you want to, just by using React.js and these command lines. Now, what are functional and also class components? So basically, functional components are simple functions. You can use functional components as much as possible. You can also use the absence of this keyword, and then you can also fix solutions without using state, mainly responsible for the UI, stateless, dumb, and even presentational. While in class components, these features are more rich, maintains their own private data or state with a complex UI logic, and provide lifecycle hooks and stateful, smart, and even container data. So now we know about the differences about class components and also functional components at the same time. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. In my next class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to understand or debrief about the hooks update. So hope to see you guys in my next class. And if you have any confusion or any question about this one, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In our previous class, we've learned about a hooks update. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you can run JSX on React files. So let's move on to our class by opening up Visual Studio Code. As you can see on my screen, I have opened up the same file, and I'm going to be customizing this whole panel. And I also have my local host running, which is my React app, which I am working on. Now, what I'm going to do first is that I'm going to go after the components file or the folder over here, and I'm going to create another file, which I'm going to say hello.js, and I'm going to save it. And here on my hello.js, I'm going to import my React. So I'm going to put in import React from React. Okay, so I'm going to import React from React, and here I'm going to put in const, and I'm going to put in hello equal to open and close the brackets, and here you have to put in equal sign like this. So here we put in the arrow function, just type in an equal and like this. There we go. Now I'm going to open up my third brackets, and inside I'm going to have a return value, return, open up the parentheses, and inside you're going to put in the deviation, put in div, close it off, and hit on enter. I'm going to put in h1, close h1 over here, And inside, I want to say, hello world. Okay, so that is all. And after that, I'm going to export it as default. Default hello. Okay, so this is all I want. And I'm going to go off to app.js. And here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to postpone greet and welcome at the same time. So here, I'm going to select on both of them and slash over here with an asterisk, slash over here, and I'm going to close it off with another asterisk, per brackets, third bracket close, and the same thing over here. Here we go. And as we have that, I'm going to put in another asterisk, and a slash. There we go. We have postponed our welcome and also greet. And here, I'm going to import hello from the same component. Control C, slash component, just open up the parentheses. Instead of welcome, you're going to put in hello. There we go. We have all of these. And now we can try playing it on. But before that, we just have to put hello inside of our div. So here I'm going to put in hello. And you can close off the tag. And you can run out the whole thing. Run without debugging. There we go. I love oranges. I love bananas. And you can see there's like a lot of errors sometimes too, which you might find out. So you basically have to rewrite the components when you have these compiled with problems error. And now you can see on my screen that I have it. I have my text hello world. Back to and launcher. And here, instead of hello world, if I change the text over here, and if I type in hello everyone, there we go. And now I just have to play the whole thing, run without debugging. If I go off over here, hello everyone, I'm going to minimize it. Everyone, there we go. And we just have to refresh it. And there we go. And this is how it should look like. Now, as I've shown you how you'll be able to use the hello.js just by using these return values. Now, you can also do it in different methods too. So let me just show it to you step by step. So I'm going to put in 2 slashes over here, 2 slashes over here. Go. Let's just close off everything. So there we go. We have closed off everything. And now the next thing, what I'm going to do is that we're just going to have this const hello, and we're going to just use it just the way I want it to be. So there we go. Right after that, I'm going to return a specific value. Return, let's say React dot create element. There we go. Open up the parentheses. And inside of my parentheses, I'm going to put in the div function over here. And after the div, I'm going to put in a null value. And see the null value, comma. And I'm going to present out what I want it to be represented. So I'm going to say, hello, moon. There we go. Now, if I run the whole thing, run without debugging, if I go over here, you can see we also have another error compiled with problems. So after you have this command over here, return react.create element div null and hello everyone. Well, you might face an error if you just play this. So what you're going to do is just cut it and put it inside, and make sure to have this indentation level like underneath this const. And now if you just run bucket, and now if I open, this is how it should look like. Okay, now you can also put in the heading tags if you want to. So I'm going to launch the JSON file, and over here inside of hello everyone, I can also put in the h1 tag. So I can put in h1, close it off, and I can also just cut this, Control X, and if I just put this inside of this, if I play the whole thing, it should look like, okay? Because it's still not showing me the heading 1 tag. Sometimes the h1 is also appeared up, so we don't basically want that, okay? So now, one thing what I have to do is over here, we have to work with another element or another React.create element to actually customize it the way I want to. So for that, I'm going to minimize this again and go off to my file of hello.js. Over here, right after div and null, I'm going to put in, let's say, another create.js or create elements. So here I'm going to put in react.create elements. Over here, open up the parentheses, which you can see over here, and then you can put in one tag or one quotation, put in h1, comma, right after the quotation, comma, and then you have to put in the digital property, which is null, and then comma, and then another quotation. If I put in hello everyone, there we go. And I'm going to close off the bracket again over here. And if I play out the and if I go over here, this is how good it actually looks like. And I can change the text. And I'm going to put in hello everyone. And if I play, yeah. And there we go. Perfect. So if you want to use any of those heading tags or any HTML tags, you can work with another create element and then just, run it up on your browser or on your local host. It will work a lot more better than working with one digital value and then putting in your own text. So this is basically how you'll be able to customize it the way you want to. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In this class, we are going to learn everything about props or properties, which we are going to use on React files. So let's open up any IDE which you are working on, such as Visual Studio Code, and let's open it up on our device. So from my screen, you can see that I have opened up the app.js file. And one thing is that you have to keep in mind is whenever you get out or close off any IDE and you want to get back to open up this file or the React app on your device, what you basically have to do is you have to start putting in the terminal codes. So such as it could start off with, cd my app or whatever app you have started. And then you're going to put in npm start to actually open up this platform anytime you want to. And you also have, let chances of actually forgetting about where to open it up from. Because if you run it from over here, it might not actually show you out the exact result, and you might see a blank page like this, localhost 8080, and this is what you might face, because if you don't start off your npm, you will not be able to use your React app or visualize your React app on the web browser. So one thing, what we want to do is go off to the greet file, and we have this greet function over here. So if I put this greet function over here 3 times or maybe 2 times, so let's just cut this off over here. And if I go over here and put in greet, there we go, close. If I put this one over here again, / close. Now, if I just save up the whole thing, run without debugging, and now if I open this up, there you go, you can see I love oranges. So there we go, we have this 3 times. Now, even if I change this one over here, if I change I love oranges instead of that, if I put in I love berries, okay? Now, if I just run the whole thing, and if I go off to this server or this site, there we go, I love berries. Now, this is where we are going to start off our props, which is going to be properties. So to work with properties, you are going to have the same command line, but you are going to put in a specific name for each and every one of them. So here, what you want to do is right after apps, like open up the app.js file first, and right after return, you might want to change the class name from app and then put in the names of each and every one of these greets. So here, the greet name, what I want it to say, let's say names. Over here, names equal. Now, the first name, what I want to put over here should be something like Billy. Billy. After that, I'm going to put in, let's say, names equal double quotation. And if I just put in Astra, there we go. We have this over here. Now I'm going to put in more over here. Let's say names equal, let's say grid. Okay. So we have 3 of these, and now if I run them, and if I go off to the side, you can still see it is still the same, because now we still did not put in the properties of working with each and every one of them. So what you want to do is that you have to declare these declaration inside of the greet.js file, which I have it opened over here. So here, what I want to do is that inside of this, I want to put in a parameter. Now here, what I want to do first is that instead of return, I'm going to put in the const value. Imports, and instead of function over here, I'm going to put in const, and then put in greet, which is going to be equal to a parentheses, and right after the parentheses, you might want to put in an arrow function, and here you want to put in your text. So I'm going to put in I love berries. There we go. Now you can close off this, and you are going to have this export default. Now even if I run and there we go, we still. So now the next thing, what I want to do over here, let's close out this launch.json file. And now here, you're going to put in the props. So here you're going to type in props. And now you want to put in the unique value. So here, I would suggest you not to deviate the value. Okay. So because we are going to be now customizing our tags just a bit. Okay, because we want this as the return value. So here, instead of props, what you can also do is that cut this off, make sure to keep it props over here, and make sure to keep the arrow function and put in the curly brackets. And what I want to do is put all of these, Control X, inside. Okay. Now here, I'm going to put in our console. Console. There we go. Console.log. Open up props. There we go. And now I want to put in my return value right over here. Return. Here we go. Return the value H1. I love berries. Okay. So this is what you exactly want, and close it off with the tag 2. And now I'm going to run the whole thing again and open up the parentheses or open up the sites. And this is how it should look like, and it is still working properly. So what if you want to change the name for each and every one of those lines? And that is why we're going to be using these properties function. So first thing, what you want to do is that you have to go off to the names, and you can also open up the site and you can check out the commands. You can just go off to inspect. And when you go off to inspect, you can see over here, let's just open up full page. Now, if I just put this over here, there we go. There we go. We all have these. I can go off to div root, and it can also go off to body and even HTML. So inside of our inspect, what I want to do is increase the size of this and go off to console over here. You might end up on what's new, so just go off the console. And now we can see over here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of these objects. If I open this up, you can see the name is Astra, which we want to change. The next object is also Astra. And third object is Brim. Fourth object is also Brim. Okay, so you'll be able to customize every one of them. You can just go off over here and you'll be able to customize it the way you actually want it to be, or, just visualize it on your site. So what we can do over here is go off to greet.js, and now you can put in, let's say, something like hello, and you have to put in props.name. Okay, you can also put in props.names, but you can see over here, we have this over here, and you can also see this over here, props.name, and that's all. And now you want to refresh up the whole thing, run without debugging. There we go, hello props name. Okay, so now you have to put it in an expression. So you're going to go off to Visual Studio Code again, and here you want to put in props name inside of the third brackets. There we go. And now you want to put in these tags. And now you're going to run the whole. Open this up, and sometime it might not be visible. So here, instead of just names, we can just put in S over here. And if we run up the whole thing and open it up, and there we go. We have the whole thing applied. And you can see for each and every one of them, we have hello Billy, hello Astra, and hello Brent. So if we open up Visual Studio Code again, and if we go over here and change out the text, let's say hello Marvin. And if I think, there we go, we have. Now you'll be able to customize it more too. So what we're going to do is let's close these local hosts up. Let's close this off. And right after this, what you want to do is put in an extra class. So right after Billy, I can also put in maybe username. Okay, username is equal to handy. Put in a space. Username equal to Marvin's name is going to be Gorilla. The next one, username is going to be, this one is brim, so I can say JK. Okay, so this is what I'm going to be putting inside. And now let's go off to greet.js file. And here, I'm going to say hello, props name, your user name is, then you have to open up the curly brackets or the third bracket, whichever you prefer saying. You have to put in props dot usernames. There we go. Close off the tag. Usernames, whichever you prefer. Let's send it to put in username. That's it. And now if I run out the whole thing, run without debugging. And there we go. Hello, Billy, your username is Handy. Hello, Marvin, your username is Gorilla. Hello, Brim, your username is JK. You'll be able to customize more. So if you want to add more, I'm going to add the last one. Let's say I'm going to apply 3 of these. So I could say, you like, let's say I'm going to say color equal red. There we go. So we have this over here, color equals red, color equal blue, color equal gray. Now we can go off to greet.js and we can also define this. Username is props.username. Your favorite color is, put in props.color, close up the third brackets and play out the whole. There we go. Username is Handy, your favorite color is red, blue, color is gray, and whatsoever. So you'll be able to customize it the way you want to just by using these props. And you will also be able to use props children. You will also be able to create the children tag just by removing these first. Now let's go off to app.js file first. And now we have the greets first off over here. We have Billy, username Handy, color red. Now right after that, let's just close this off. So I'm going to close this off and I'm going to create another line inside. And here, I'm going to put in a paragraph. Let's say P. There we go, paragraph. Let's say this is a children tag. Or let's say even props. Okay, so this is the children props. And what I want to do is I have to close off the create function. So you have to put in oblique. There we go. So we have closed this off. There we go, from here to here. And now you want to go directly into greet.js file. And here you want to put in, let's say, the other prop which you want to work with. And you have to put that outside of the H1 which you have over here. So instead of that, after console and then after the return value, you want to put everything inside of a bracket. So here, I'm going to take all of these off. And I'm going to open up the parentheses and close off the parentheses just like this. So this is going to be the bracket which I'm going to be working with, but I'm going to create another line here. And here, right after H1, which you are closing this one to this one off, you are going to put in another curly bracket or a third bracket, and you want to put in props.children. There we go. We have props.children. And now if we run up the whole thing, you might see an error might appear up on your screen, just like this, because we need to end all of these things inside of one tag or one HTML tag. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select everything up to H1 from this props children to H1. And you're going to close this off with div. Okay, this is what you want to close it off with. So what you can do is type in div over here. I'm going to take this part out. And I'm going to put it right over here. There we go. We have the div closed. Go over here. And it might take a bit of time to actually run up the whole thing. Check out the whole on app.js and also greet.js. So here, let's just cut this off and make sure to put the brackets outside of the whole thing. There we go. We have this over here. Let's create or make it a bit more organized. There we go. And this is looking a lot better. Now, if I run out the whole thing, debug, and there we go. We have our children's prop appeared up too. Now, if I want to create a button after our second line, we can also do that. Let's go off to app.js, and we're going to do the same thing over here, which we did over here. So let's just close this off, create a line, and we're going to close up the Greek tag. There we go. So as we have closed up the Greek tag, and inside we're going to put in button. There we go. Close up the button. And I want the button to say press. Now, if I run the whole thing, run without debug, and there we go. We have created ourselves a button. Now, let's check out how we will be able to use props with the class component. So let's go off of Visual Studio Code. And here, what I want to do is I'm going to close off these variables over here. There we go. Now, what I want to do over here is that make sure this alignment is perfect. There we go. And I'm going to copy out this one for a couple of times. Control C, paste, paste. Now, if I think the browser, I love. Now, I'm going to go off, open up my welcome. Open. Now here, I'm going to put in welcome and then the name. Okay, so here, what I'm going to do is go off to my app.js, and here I'm going to put in the name, which is going to be the names and the username of each and every one of them. So if I put in names, Billy, username, Handy, Control C, paste. I'm going to put in the name of these ones too at the same time. Control C. There we go. Control C. There we go. I'm going to run out the whole thing. There we go. Now we only have welcome, but now we also have to use them as props. So let's cut this off and make a bit of space over here. Let's run them again. And obviously they will not still be visible because we did not define them yet. So if we want to define them, we have to go off to welcome.js file. So let's go off to welcome.js. And here inside of our return value, we have to put in what we want to do over here is inside of our return value and h1, I'm going to define each and every one of them. So here, what I want to say is welcome, and then you have to put the curly brackets, close this off, and inside you want to start off with this dot props dot name. Okay, this is what you want to work with. And now AKA, which is going to be another third brackets, and you have to put in this dot props dot username. There we go. Close off the third brackets, and that's all. And you want to run out the whole thing. Open this up, and there we go. Welcome, aka Handy, welcome, aka Gorilla, welcome, aka JK. So this is how you'll be able to use these. And you'll also be able to use this over here, this props dot names. There we go. We have names over here, and we want both. And there we go. Welcome D, welcome Marvin, aka Gorilla, and also Britt. So basically what happens is that when you use the this function over here, it is turned as a class component, and that is basically how you'll be able to use props in those cases too. Now, the last thing, what you have to keep in mind is that the props are basically immutable. So the value of these props cannot be changed anytime you want to. So just in case, we're going to go off the grid.js. And now if I try to actually validate a prop, so what I basically have to do is right after console, I'm going to name a prop. So if I put in props dot names, and I'm going to define props names. And if I put in equal, and if I put in a specific value, let's say Sean, and now if I run out the whole thing, there we go. This is my face. So you just have to keep in mind that the props are basically immutable. Whichever value you put is going to be the last value too. So try not to actually rename any of them. You just have to change the command line, and only then it will work. So if I run out the whole thing, and there we go, we have this back again. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In our previous class, we've learned about props. In this class, we're going to learn everything you need to know about state. Now, we're going to know about the difference about props and state. Props get passed to the components very easily. The functions are basically parameters when you are using props. Props are basically immutable. Props are functional components, this.props, and then you can use class components. Now, in this class, as we're going to be talking about state, state is managed within the component, not like it is passed to the components, like props. State is variables declared in the function body. States, in the other hand, can also be changed anytime. These are not immutable. So if you actually make one state as a variable, you'll be able to change and rename it anytime you want to. You can use the state hook functional components such as this.state, and then you can put in your class component. Now it might be a bit different from props, but it's going to have the same type of command line. So make sure not to skip any part of this class, because if you do, you might miss out on something very important, and then later on you might face a bit of hassle. So let's begin our class by opening up the IDE or Visual Studio Code on our device. As you can see on my screen, I have opened up the same thing in my previous classes. So here, what I want to do inside of components is that create another file, and I'm going to name it message.js. Okay? So that is the name of the file, message.js. And we're going to copy everything which we have inside of welcome.js, inside of messages, or message.js. Now, one thing, what I will change over here is that I'm going to change the export default, and I'm going to name it message, and that is going to be our function. So let's change this one too. There we go. We have both of these messages right over here. And now what you want to do is you have to put in a specific return value inside of your tags. So here, inside of the return value and inside of the H1, which we see over here, I'm going to cut each and every one of these off. There we go. And inside of this H1, I'm going to say, welcome user. So as I have this welcome user, what I want to do is that I'm going to go off to the app.js file, and I'm going to import it right over here. Import message from, and I'm going to open up the components. Let's say /, components / message. Okay, so that is the exact text what we want to use. Now here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just postpone each and every one of them. So up to greet, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put in the /. So if I just open this up and put in this one and this one over here at the beginning, it might be turned off. So let's just close this off. And I'm also going to close this off over here. There we go. We have this deviation. And what you want to do over here is select up everything from greet over here. And then open up the third brackets. And over here, what you're going to do is put in the / or the oblique sign and then an asterisk sign. There we go. This is all you need to do. And here you are going to render a specific value, which is going to be message. Message / close. Okay? So that's all. And you're going to ding over. Open this up and you can welcome user. Now, if you want to work with state, what you basically have is and what we're going to do over here is go off to message. And here we have to create a constructor. So here I'm going to create a couple of these lines over here. And I'm going to start off with constructor. I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to put in constructor. Open and close the brackets. And then you're going to open up the third brackets. Okay? Here you're going to put in the super function. Super. Open and close the parentheses. And you're going to put in this dot stage. Let's say state equal to opening up the third bracket again, and you're going to define the message. Message, open up a colon. Here, what you're going to put in is the exact text. So here you can put in welcome user. Okay? Now, obviously, if we just play it up like this, it is still going to define us or maybe even show us and still have this welcome user. So what we want to do is that we're going to remove this text and we're going to use the exact state. So to use that, open up the third bracket and you have to put in this dot state dot message. Close off the third brackets. And now, if I just run the whole thing, run without debugging, and open up the site, there we go, we have still welcome user. So obviously we have seen that states are immutable. So if I just change this text right over here. So now one thing you can come to conclusion is that state variables are not immutable. So you'll be able to change it anytime you want to. Now, you'll also be able to create another function and another text inside of, let's say, your state functions, and you will also be able to work with HTML tags at the same time. But I would prefer you that use the div tag and then put out the render or the return values inside of your message.js files. Now, if we want to create, let's say, a button right over here, we can do that. So here, right after render and return value, I'm going to open up, let's say, a bracket, which is going to help us to put another deviation tag. Let's say over here and closing over here. Okay. So here I'm going to create another line of tags. There we go. This message state, or let's say I'm going to keep it right over here. And I'm going to put all of these values inside of my div function. So I'm going to put in div, close the div, Control X. There we go. And right after the H1, I'm going to create a button. Button. And here I'm going to name the button press. There we go. And what I'm going to do is run up right over here. Now I want to apply a function which is going to be the on button click function. So here, right after button, what you're going to do is type in on click. We're going to type in on click equal, open up the third brackets, first brackets, and here, right after the first bracket, you want to open up your arrow function. Arrow, this dot change message, and then open and close the brackets another time. And right after that, you might have this over here. There we go. Press button. And now let's define our change message. Okay. So right after our message, or let's say our class message over here, let's create another section so that we can put in our codes over here. Here I'm going to name it change message, open up the parentheses, and then close, or let's say open up the third bracket, this dot set state. Now open up the third bracket or the first bracket again and the third brackets. Close it off. Now we just basically have to define this whole thing, this dot set state. Okay. Now here I'm going to put in message colon over here and put in thank you. Thanks for pressing. Okay. So that is basically it. You're going to close off everything. There we go. We have all of them closed. And now let's run up the whole thing. Let's go over here, press it, and there we go. This is how it should look like. So whenever I have this type of site, if I press this, the text is going to change. So this is how you'll be able to use state on React files and how you'll be able to apply it on your needs. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any question, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Now, if you want to change out the text anytime you want, let's say I can also change it to thank you for pressing here. There we go. And you can also change up the texts over here or wherever you want. You can also change out, let's say, welcome. And if I run up, there we go, welcome. Thank you for pressing here. Okay, so let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome back to another class of React.js. In this class, we're going to learn about destructing props and also a state. Now, the advantage of destructing props and state is actually to increase the readability of the command or the code. So let's get into our class and show you able to destruct props and also states inside of your JavaScript files. As you can see on my screen, I have my grid opened and also app.js. So one thing, what I'm going to do is going to be removing out these values. So I'm going to just remove these out just in case. And I'm going to have this specific text over here. And I'm not going to be using any specific color. So I can also remove out this color, which I have over here. Cut this off. Go off to grid.js. I'm also going to be removing out this one over here. Now, if I run the terminal and their username is JK. Now, what if I want to construct the values in such a way, if I use the words greets, I will be able to use name and let's say the username. So I'm going to go off to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to cancel opening up the JSON file. And here on the const greet inside of props, what I'm going to do is going to be defining my props so that I don't have to use props as my function. So here, open up the parentheses one time and open up the third brackets. And here it's going to be name, comma, user name. There we go. We have the names and also the username. Open up the third brackets and also close out the third bracket over here. And you are going to console the logs as props. Okay, so I'm going to put in, let's say, the arrow function equal. There we go. We have the arrow function and open it up again with the third brackets. There we go. We have this. And the third bracket is going to end on the last one. There we go. We have all of these values right over here. And now if you run them, let's say run without debugging, now it might show you an error which you might face, something like this. But what I want to do right now is you have to change these. So if I just put in names instead of prop names, and if I just put in username over here and run without debugging, let's open this up, refresh it. Now, one thing, what we have to change from here is that remove out this props children and remove out this console log because we are not going to be needing that. We're only going to need this. Now, if I just not split the terminal, just run that without this and open it up. And there we go. We have our text. Hello, Brent. Your username is JK. Now you will also be able to name it in different forms. So if I just go off over on greets again, or the greet.js file, which we have over here. Now here, I can also put in greet, and then which is going to be equal to props. So if I cut this off, props equal to, let's say, third bracket, which we have over here. I'm going to close this third bracket off because we have it at the bottom. And here, I'm going to put in const third brackets. And here, if I put in name, comma, username, and if I just term them to be props, and I will also get the exact value. So you're going to run the terminal without debugging, go off over here, and you might see this error again on component names. It's not defined. If it is not defined, you're going to refresh it. Here we go. We have names over here. Run the terminal without debugging, and there we go. We have our text. So this destructing or destruction of, let's say states or even props are basically used to increase the readability. So you just have to, use different methods, or you'll be able to use different methods to actually verify your data and also define your data in multiple methods. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class on how you'll be able to destruct your values. And you will also be able to use this props function just the way, something like this, okay? So if I just put in const greets, and you will also be able to put it as welcome at the same time. So if I just open up the welcome file over here, which we have, and inside of render, I can put in a constant value, or let's say the constructor value, something like const, and I can put in, let's say, name, comma, let's say names, comma, username. Here we go. And the username is going to be closed off with the third brackets and equal. You can put in this dot props like this. And it can return the value in specific prop functions, such as inside of h1, you can put in, let's say, this prop dot name or names, aka this prop username. And if I go off over here, instead of greet, if I put it welcome, and if I run up the JK. So this is basically how it will work. So thank you for watching this video again. And let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In my previous class, I've shown you how you'll be able to destruct props and state. In this class, we're going to learn about event handling. Now, there are a couple of event handlings which you will be able to create on your UI. Just in a case, or just as an example, clicks, or the number of clicks which you do on your UI or on your site from your JavaScript. So, in this class, I'm going to be showing you everything that you need to know about event handling, how you'll be able to create that type of interface and also that type of functionality on your site or on your UI. So let's open up Visual Studio Code on our device. As you can see on my screen of the app.js file. Now, if I want to create an event handling on my side, I have to create myself up a button. But I have to create ourselves a class, or let's say another file, which I'm going to define my function clicks, or the click function, into my site. So what I'm going to be doing is going off to my components folder, and I'm going to create another file, and I'm going to name it click function.js. And that is what you should name, or whatever you prefer. You can also put in function click, whichever one you prefer. Now, just by using this snippet, I'm going to define my function of this, okay? So if I just put in RFCE, you can see I'll be able to open up my platform. So I'm going to put RF. There we go. We have our click function over here. And also I'm going to, let's say, export the function so that I will be able to use it onto my app.js. So right after the deviation, or after this whole ends, just type in export, cut this off, export default, and then put in click function. There we go. That's all you need to do. And you're going to create a button inside. So here, let's create a button. There we go. And here I'm going to say press. And now what I'm going to do is export this function inside of my app.js. So here, let's cut this off because I'm not going to be needing that anymore. And here I'm going to put in, let's put in click function. There we go. And I'm going to keep it just the way it is. I'm just going to cut this off. And I'm going to import it inside of this too. So you can see we have the import click function from click function over here. And now if I just save up the file, save. Now if I open up the site and refresh it, you might see this uncaught runtime errors. On this error, you can see we have this export default. So let's check out our problem over here. So what we're going to do over here is that just cut this export default over here. There we go. And now you're just going to save up the file. Now, if we just open up Chrome or whichever browser you are using it, you can see we have the button. And we also have the press. So if I just go off inspect, and if I check this out, I just have to open up the console over here. And if I just press, you can see that this is working, but it is not showing me what I'm pressing yet. So I'm going to customize it in such a way so that it just shows me the function of what is happening if I am pressing on a button. So to do that, I have to put in a couple more command lines. So let's get into Visual Studio Code again. So what we first have to do is we have to create another function inside of, let's say, our JavaScript file. But in JavaScript, there are a couple of terms which you have to keep in mind, as we're going to be creating another function inside of our click function. So first thing, what I want to do is inside of this tag button, I want to define another, let's say maybe on click. So I'm going to put it on click. Make sure that the C over here is capital. On click is going to be equal. Open up the third bracket or the curly bracket, whichever you prefer saying. So here I'm going to put in click handler. Okay, so click handler is going to be on press button. And now we have to define another function, which is basically called the click handler. So inside of the click function over here, I'm going to define another function. So here, the function is going to be click, type in click handler. Okay, let's use this. There we go. Click handler, open up a parentheses and open up the third bracket over here. And you have to log it into the console. So I'm going to put in console.log. And you're going to define what you want it to be visible when you click that button. So inside of single quotation, I'm going to say button is clicked. Okay? So now what you want to do is just save the file. Save, Control S, that's it. Open up the page over here. Cut this off. And if I press this, you can see button is clicked. If I press on it twice, there we go. It is showing me 7 times the button is clicked. So another thing, what I can do is I can also change the text. Over here, I can also define it something like pressed. That's it. And I can also change the text over here. Flick here. If I just save it, save, go off to the side, and you can see click here. I'm going to cut this off. And if I press here, pressed. There we go. No matter how many times you press it, it will obviously give you the exact number of presses on that button. Now we're going to be working with class components. But before we're getting into class components, there's one thing you have to learn. And that is also a very important thing. Now, whenever you are using a handler or a function inside of the whole function, you cannot, or make sure to not put in parentheses. Because if you put parentheses, it becomes a function call, not a function. Now, if you make the mistake of putting up this parentheses inside of your handler or the function inside of another function, what happens is, let's just save it up. And let's just show it to you, save. Go off of the site, and you can see it has already been pressed. So if I just refresh it, you can already see it has been pressed, and it is twice. So when it becomes a function call, what happens is that the function is already applied whenever you refresh the page. Now, these cases can be done to refresh the page or refresh the data, but not on functions. So make sure to not use parentheses inside of your handler. Now let's go off the components, and here I'm going to create another file, which I'm going to name, let's say click class .js. So inside of click class, what I'm going to do is type in RCE. There we go. We have this class extends component. We have the React over here. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut this off, export class. And then I'm going to name or define my function, which is going to be class, or let's say click class. There we go. We have click class over here. There we go. We have both of them. And now we're going to take this onto my app.js file. Let's close off the other ones. So let's go off to app.js. And here, I'm going to remove out this function over here. And then I'm going to add the click class over here. So I'm just going to go off to app.js over here. On the click function, or right beneath it, I'm going to type in click class. There we go. We have the function over here. And I'm also going to import it right over here. Import click class from /components/click class over here. So it's done. Now let's go off the click class over here, and I'm going to put a button, and I'm going to say press here. Okay. So if I just save up the whole file and go off to my site, you can see we have this type of button. And if I just press on this, you can see it is not working. So let's just cut this off. And you can see it is still not working. Okay. Now, right after I refresh the button, you can see we have both of these. Now, another thing, what you can do is also transform press here or this button as a function. If you want to turn that into a function, just remove that and type in function over here. There we go. And what you basically have to do is just save it, and you can go off to the side again and refresh the page. And you can see this is how it looks like. So I'm just going to cut this off. Let's just cut this file up. And we're going to have this over here, extends class. We have to also define it, component, which we have. And it's all okay. Check it out. Check all of these out. And what you're going to do is save up all of these files. And right after you're done, you can also see that it will also work. But I would suggest you try using the class more than the function. Type in class over here and run the whole thing. Just save it. I can go off to the site, and there we go. We have both of these buttons working properly. Now, if I want to inspect the console over here, you can just press on over here and it will still not work. Okay, so I'm going to cut this off. And what I'm going to do is go off the click function, which we already have over here, and we're going to term this function as click handler. And on this click class JS, we're also going to be using another handler, but we're going to create another console for this. So what I'm going to do is right after button, I'm going to put in on click, and I'm going to define this third bracket. And here I'm going to say this dot click handler. There we go. We have the click handler, press here, and the button. So here I'm going to define my click handler inside of the component right before render. So here I'm going to put in click handler, open up the parentheses because this is a call, and open up the third brackets and define your click handler inside the console. Console.log, open up the parentheses, and inside you want to define what you want it to be visible. So if I put in second button is clicked. There we go. Make sure to also define it, or just put it inside of your app.js. And if I just save up the whole thing, save, click function over here, I'm also going to save that up. And now if I just go off of the browser, cut this off, if I just press them, you can see this one has been pressed a lot of times, but yet this one has not been pressed yet. I refresh up the site again, and you can see we have to download the DevTools Better Development, but you don't have to worry about it. You just have to check it out if it actually works or not. After I refresh the whole command lines and then go back to my site, now if I just click on this press here, you can see the button has been clicked. Even if I press on this button has been clicked. So now you can see the difference of using a class and also a function. So both of them are two alternating methods of which you can use in times of your need, but both of them works almost similar. So try practicing both of these on your own and also fiddle through these options, but make sure that your command lines or your coding, whatever you're doing, is obviously there is no mistake. Because even if you put a small symbol or maybe a full stop, it will obviously just ruin your whole project or ruin your whole site, and it might show you an error. And also sometimes there are a couple of errors which you can just fix just by saving up your file and refreshing the page. So keep those things in mind and practice on your own. If you have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to another class of React.js. In our previous class, we've learned about event handlers and how we can actually function them inside of our UI. In this class, I'm going to show you everything to get you started by knowing about binding event handlers. Now, we already have shown you about how you can use the event handlers, functions, and calls. So in this class, it's going to be very important for you to understand about handlers, how you can use functions inside of other functions, and make it functioning inside of your UI. So we're going to start off our class by showing you how you can actually use the command lines to create binding event handlers. So make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something important, and then it's going to be a hassle later on. So let's move on to our class by opening up any IDE which we have on our device. You can see on my screen, I have opened up my app.js file. And what we basically have to do to create ourselves an event binding handler, or to show you an example, we have to create another file inside of our components. So inside of this components folder, I'm going to name another file, which I'm going to say event binds. So if I put in event bind.js. So there we go. We have our event bind, and here I'm going to type in RCE for our snippet. And let's just remove the export on the first line or the third line over here. And what I'm going to do is first off, import this function or this class inside of app.js. So here, what I'm going to do is let's just put this over here. If I put in event bind, there we go. We have our event bind. And here, I'm going to create a button, which is going to say, click here. There we go. We have created ourselves the button. So I'm going to save up the file, save, and we're going to run it inside of our console, which is going to be our website. Now, if I refresh this page, now it might be a bit different, or it might show you an error like this. If it shows you an error like this, you have to refresh up the site. Or another thing what you can do is run the whole app again. So if you want to run the whole app again, you just have to type in cd and then type the name of your app and my name, or the name of my app is just my app. There we go. And then npm starts. There we go. And now you can see the script is starting, and you can see it has started successfully, and this is how it should look like. Now, when I refreshed my console again, you can see we have 3 buttons. So one thing, what we're going to do is remove out the rest of the ones, and we're only going to be keeping our event bind. Okay? So let's just save it up, save, and open up the site, and there we go. We have 1 button. So if we go off on inspect, and if we click on over here, it's not going to show me anything because it is still not binded together. So what we're going to do next is that we're going to create a state property inside of our JSX file, or let's say the event handling, or let's say the event bind.js, and we're going to bind it with our app. So first thing, what we have to do is right after a component, I'm going to create an rconst value. So here I'm going to make a couple of these lines, or let's say a couple of spaces, and you're going to type in rconst. So there we go. This is how it should look like. There we go. We have this value over here. And inside our, let's say, this state, I'm going to say, it's going to say something like, hello. Okay, so I'm going to put in a message. Message is going to say, hi. Okay, that's it. And I'm also going to bypass it inside of our div tag inside of our render. So what I'm going to do is right after this div tag, I'm going to hit on enter, press on tab to create the indentation so that everything is inside of this, let's say, wrapped up div tag, which is this one and this one. So here I'm going to type in div, and inside I'm going to open up the curly braces or the brackets, whichever one you prefer saying. Now here I'm going to type in this dot state dot message. So this is the message which we've defined. So here what we can do is just go off the file, save up this file, and go off the browser, and there we go, we have our text file. And we can also change our text to anything, even if we type in a number, maybe 77. And if we just save up the file, go off to the side, and there we go, we have our number. We can also put in a whole sentence. So if I put in, this is a button underneath. Now if I save this up, go off of the browser, and there we go, we have the text right above the button. Now, what we want to do is when we click on this button over here, we want a specific value to be defined or specific value to be visualized. So first thing, what we have to do is that if you've seen my previous classes, what we did is that inside of our button, we use the onClick function. So that is exactly what we're going to be doing now. And then we're going to define up the function or the class which we are going to use. So inside of the button tag over here, I'm going to type in onClick, and then you have to type in equal, open up the third bracket again, and here I'm going to type in this dot click handler. There we go. We have the click handler, this dot click handler, and then you want to save up the file. And obviously, if you open up the browser, it's not going to work yet. Okay, you can see there is an error because we did not define up this click handler yet. Okay, so now we're going to be defining the click handler after our constructor, which we have over here. So let's go off to our IDE again, and right after our constructor, which we can see over here, and before the render, create a couple of lines. I'm going to type in click handler, which we see over here. Open up the parentheses because this is a call. And then you have to define it inside of the third brackets. Type in this dot set state. Set state. Open up the parentheses again. And then open up the third bracket. Hit on enter, and then you are going to put in your message. Define your message. Let's say I'm going to say bye. Okay, so that is the text which I want to see. So if I just save up the file, go off to the site, and now if I press on click here, it might show me a couple of errors like this. If I just refresh the site, this is how it looks like. But right whenever I click here, it shows me this error. So we have to fix this error right now. Now, what you can do is that you can fix it up in a proper way, and you can also fix it up for, let's say, a temporary time. So if you want to fix it for a temporary time, you can also log it inside of the console. But obviously, you have to define your click handler. So right after our click handler, what I'm going to do over here is, let's just cut this off over here. These to actually postpone the whole command line. So I'm going to pull these off too. What I'm going to do is just keep this click handler. I'm going to create another line. And what I can do is type in console.log, and I want the exact text or exact function this to be searched up. So what I can do is save up the whole thing, open up the site, and one thing you will check over here is that it might show me undefined something like this. So if I just press on over here, we have undefined, okay? But it is showing me that the function of this button is working properly. Now we can do the same thing which we did in our previous class of binding the class. So what you basically have to do is create another class as an object, or maybe even as a console, and then derive the message inside of your console on your site or on your UI. So what we're going to do next is we're going to bind up the render value. So first thing, what we have to do is open up this event bind.js, and right after the click handler right over here, you have to, let's say, bind it up. So here I'm going to put in dot bind. So there we go, dot bind, and that's all you need to know. And then you have to call it up with this, because this is what you want to be searching for inside of the console. Now I'm going to cut off these values because I want them to be defined right now. There we go, this message, and we also have the console to work inside. So now what I can do is save up the whole file, save, go off to the side, and if I press here, and you can see we have the text inside of our UI. So if I just want this text to be available or visible after clicking this button, we can also change the text anytime we want to. Let's say the button has been clicked. That's it. So if I just save it up, go off to the site, refresh it up, remove this, play it, and there we go. We have this text appearing up on my UI that the button has been clicked. And we can also see from the console that we have the event bind with the props, context, references, and also the updater and also the state. We can also render up the text just by using the arrow functions inside of JS. Now, if you want to do that, first thing what you have to do is you have to know about the basics of rendering the files just by using onClick and also this function. So first thing, what you want to do if you want to use, let's say, the arrow function, is that I'm going to create another line just for this. Control C, Control V, there we go. And I'm going to postpone this line. So I'm going to close it off for brackets. I'm going to say slash this one over here. I'm also going to cut this off, slash, there we go. So we have this text over here, which is basically closed off. So here we have this. Now, what I'm going to do over here is that instead of this click handler dot bind, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut off everything inside of the third brackets, including this. So as we have onClick, so onClick, we're going to define this in a different way. So right after button, onClick is going to be equal to a set of parentheses. Then the parentheses is going to be with the arrow function are equal to this dot click handler. Okay, open up the parentheses because we want to call out this specific value, and then we want to return the value with the console. So if you want to return the console just like this, then I have to save up the file, go off of the site, press over here, and there we go. It works the same way. Refresh the site, cut this off, and if I just press over here, there we go. We can see it is still working. So now you at least know that even if you want to use bind, and even if you want to use it with the arrow function, it basically works the same way. You can render it in different and multiple methods, but you just have to choose whichever one you prefer and whichever you are comfortable with, but you have to learn all of them. Now, I'm going to show you another method of how you'll be able to use these functions or the click handler to bind it with, let's say, the constructor instead of the return or the render value. So if you want to do that, first off, what you have to do is go off to the constructor, which you can see over here. So this is basically the constructor. And what I'm going to do is right after the message, you're going to create another line. And in this line, you're going to define the function. So the function which I'm going to be working with is this keyword. So this dot click handler, which you can see over here, equal to this dot click handler. And then you want to bind it with the keyword. So dot bind, open up the parentheses and type in this. So as we have defined our, let's say, function or class inside of our constructor. So as this is bypassed, what I can do over here is I'm going to create another line of the button, Control C, Control V, and I'm going to select on both of these. Let's say I'm going to close it up. I'm going to postpone everything over here. Close this. Hash star asterisk hash. There we go. And now what I'm going to be doing over here is that I'm going to remove out, let's say, what we have as the arrow function. And then I'm just going to put in this dot click handler. Okay. So cut off everything inside of the curly braces or the brackets. And here you want to type in this dot click handler, and you don't even have to type in dot bind. Now what you can basically do is save up the whole file, save, go off of the site, refresh up the site, remove this, press over here, and you can see that this is also working. So in this class, I've already shown you about 3 methods of how you'll be able to make it function or make the button functioning inside of your UI. The last method is going to be actually using, let's say, your console or your click handler, let's say as or with an arrow function while defining it in the beginning. So you're going to keep all of these the same. I'm not going to be touching anything over here. But one thing which you basically have to do over here is you have to postpone these. So I'm going to put in 2 slashes. And you're also going to be closing off the click handler, which you're going to be working with. So I'm going to click on this click handler. And I'm going to put it 2 hashes. So I'm just going to select all of these. There we go. Here I'm going to put in hash star. So there we go. We have postponed them. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to define my click handler, but I'm going to be using the arrow function to define it. So here I have to type in click handler equal to open parentheses to call it off, and then equal, also the arrow function is going to be equal to the 3rd bracket, and you're going to define this dot set state, open up the parentheses again, open up the 3rd bracket again, and you're going to define your message. Message is going to be equal to, let's say, bye. Okay, that's it. You don't have to change anything over here. Save up the file, open up the site, and you can see there is an error over here. So you might face an error like this. So if it shows you an error before click handler, there is an error. So we have to remove up that. So here we're going to cut these off. Let's just cut these off and put in all of these slashes or obliques. Choose enough on each lines. There we go. And now if I just save up the file, there we go. We have only one warning. Open up the sites and press on this. There we go. It is working totally perfect. So these are the 4 methods of how you'll be able to visualize your data just by event handling or binding up your events. If you have any question or any confusion, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. But one thing you have to make sure is that practice all of these things on your own and then fiddle through these options and check it out if it actually works for you. Only then you will be able to increase up your skills and also learn more about React. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In my previous class, I've shown you how you'll be able to use binding event handlers. In this class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to use props as methods or methods as props. So in my previous classes, I've shown you how you'll be able to child component or children component inside of parental components. So what if you want to use the parental components as the child components too? So for that reason, I'm going to show you every step by step, and make sure not to skip any part of this class because every part is going to be very important. And without any further ado, let's open up IDE, or we'll say Visual Studio Code, on our device. So I have opened up my event bind, close this off, and obviously I'm going to have my event bind over here. Now, what I want to do is that I'm going to create another class component by creating another file inside of my components folder. So I'm going to click on this components over here, click on this over here, and I'm going to name it parents, components. Let's say I'm going to cut this off, components.js. Okay, so we have this parent component.js. I'm going to keep this capital. There we go, hit on enter, and we have our parent component.js file. So I'm going to use my RCE to create another class component of parent components, and I'm going to cut out the export. Now, we're still not done yet because what we're going to do over here is inside of our class, we're going to create ourselves another constructor. So I'm going to hit on enter, create another space, and I'm going to type in our const, and I'm going to create this prop or this constructor over here. So inside of my constructor, what I'm going to do is put in this state, and I'm going to give this a parent name. So if I put in parents name, there we go. We are going to have a parent name, and the name which I want to define it is going to be say parents. Okay, that's all you need to do over here up till now. Now, what I want to do is that I'm going to define another method, which is basically going to derive my text and concatenate it with the exact data that you input. So what I'm going to do over here is right after our constructor, I'm going to create another couple of lines. And here I'm going to put in greet parents, or I'm just going to put in greet parent, and this is going to be a call. And right after the call, open up your third bracket, and now you're going to define it with the alert text. Alert, open up the parentheses, and here what you can do to normalize or normally concatenate the data, what you can put is this, single quotation, and you can put in the text, something like hello, and then what you can do is add it up, put in a plus sign, and then you can put in the function, which is going to be this dot state, then dot parent name. Now it might be, or it might show you an error after you put in the function. So what you can basically do is you can create yourself up another button, and you can type in click over here. So this is going to be the button which we're going to be working with. So this is just basically just a button. So what we're going to do is we have to put in this function parent component. So here I have to put in parent component slash close it off. And you're also going to import it inside over here. And now if you just save it up, go off to the site, and this is the type of error you will face. Okay, because we still did not define the whole thing together. And then we also have to define the function or whatever method we are going to be using inside of the button or inside of the object which we are going to visualize. Now, if we want to basically render up this specific text or the function inside of our app, first off, we're going to be using another method or an alternate method, which is basically used with backticks. So after the alert text over here, open or keep the parentheses open and put in these sides. Now, these are backticks, which you will basically find under, let's say, your escape key on your keyboard. So here I want to type in hello, then put in a $sign. Well, this is basically an ES6 function, which is not basically are totally related to React. So put in the $sign, then put in the curly brackets or the third bracket and put in this dot state docs parents. I'm going to put in this parents name. Okay. So now as we are using this function, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to put in another tick over here. So here we go. Close off the third bracket. And right after you close off the third bracket, you are also going to need to close. So I'm going to put this after like this. And I'm going to close off the parentheses just like this. Okay? And make sure this whole thing is closed off with another curly brackets. And right after we have defined our greet parent, what we want to do is inside of our constructor, we have to bind it. So right after the parent name, which you can see over here, I'm going to create a couple of other lines, and then I'm going to put in this dot state, or let's say this dot greet parents, greet parent equal to this dot greet parent dot bind. And you're going to use the keyword this. Okay? So that's all you need to do. Now we're going to start off with our child component. So if we want to use our child component, first off, let's cut this off because I don't want to define my, let's say, deviation yet. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to cut this off. There we go. I'm going to keep it just like this. And now I'm going to go off to my components folder again and create another file with the name child components.js. Make sure to create this child component. And when you're creating this child component file, make sure to create a function, not a class. So type in RFCE. There we go. Now you can see we have a function which we can actually import directly. So there we go. We have our function as child component. And we're also going to be exporting the whole thing. So if I just put in export default child components. Okay. So there we go. We have defined our export and we also have defined our function. And now the rest of the things, we have to customize it step by step. Now, if we want to bypass this child component with the parent component, what you want to do first is create a button inside of your child component. So I'm going to put in a button. So inside the button, I want it to say greet. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, bypass it with the parent component. So here I'm going to put in a div tag. And inside the div tag, you are going to bypass it with the child component. So here, what you have to do is put in the parent component or the child component. So basically just type in child component / and close it off. There we go. We have done it and almost halfway. So let's just save this up for now, and we can already see one error. And this is still showing us the error right now because we are not totally done yet, because we also have to bypass it with the app.js file. Now, one thing you're also going to do is that check if your component or the child component is imported over on your parent component file over here. Okay, so as you have this, Now what you can do is go off to app.js, make sure you have parent components over here and also import it over here, and make sure to put your parent components inside of your return value or inside of render. Okay, so keep it inside of render and then save up the file, run it, debug it. Now let's just save all of these up all together. Save, and also save these up, because sometimes all of them don't take all the changes. So now if we go off to our site, you can see we have our greet button and it is also working properly. But we have not attached any function which is going to happen inside of our console. So there we go. We have nothing on the console. It is totally blank, but we can see that the button is working properly. Now, what we want to do is to let the local host say something in return when we click this specific button. So if we want to do that, first what we have to do is go off to Visual Studio Code. Now, after going off the Visual Studio Code, we have to bypass it with a different method, and we have to use props and also methods. Okay, so first thing, what we want to do is go off to the parent components, because we want to bypass it with the child component. So one thing, what we have to do is go off to the parent components, and inside of the tag, which we are visualizing the child components, we have to define it a bit with another prop. So if I just put in greet handler, and this is basically the prop, and the method is going to be equal, define it with the third bracket with this dot greet parent. So this is going to be our prop. So I'm going to close it off with the third bracket slash and then finish up the tag. So basically we are done with this over here. Now what you have to basically do is bypass it inside of the child components with another function, maybe a this function or on click function. So I'm going to go off to child component, which you see over here, and inside of your child component, the button tag, on click of this button or on click of the button, which you see over here, it's going to give us out the function which is happening. So go off to the button over here and you're going to type in on, not over here, on flick. So open up the parentheses or the third bracket. So it's going to be props dot greet handler, and then we want to define it with greet parent. Okay, so first off, you just have to save up the whole thing, save, and also save this up. Go off of the browser and you can see, there we go, we have this error. So what we're going to do is we just have to check out the text which we have over here. So here I'm going to just change out to prop, save it up, go off of the sites. I'm going to refresh up the sites, close it off, Control S, there we go, we have another saved. If you see this exact error appearing up over and over again, now you can see props is not defined. If it shows you that the prop is not defined, then what you're going to do is inside of the function over here, just define it to be props. Okay. And then what you want to do is save up the file, open up the site. When you press on this, and then you can see the localhost 3000 says hello parent. So this is basically how it's going to work. You can change out the text anytime you want to. Just go over here, change the name of the parents. You can also type in owner. So if I just save up the file, go off of the site and refresh it, press on this hello owner. You can also put out the name of the exact person. So just in case, I can also put in Owen. So if Owen opens up the site and presses up that button, let's just open up the site, greets, and there we go. We have localhost 3000 says hello Owen. So this is basically how you'll be able to use, these JSX files, and how you'll be able to use these methods as props. Now, the next thing, what we're going to do over here is that we're going to learn about how we can pass a parameter from, let's say, a child component to a parent component just by using our arrow function. So if we want to use the arrow function inside of our component, maybe even our child components, you have to change a couple of things inside of, let's say, your return value. So first thing, what you need to change over here is about the parameter which you're using on click. So right after on click, what we're going to do is close up the props and the greet handler, which we see over here. Make sure the third bracket is on, and we're going to open up a parentheses. And after a parentheses, you're going to put in an arrow function. And right after the arrow function, you're going to put in props dot greet handler. Greet handler, open up the parentheses. Inside of your parentheses, you're going to define the child component. So if I put in child, that's it. Close off the parentheses, close off the third bracket, and also close off the tag. And inside you're going to have the text which you want to visualize. Now we're going to bypass it inside of our parent component. So if I want to turn this or bypass it inside of my parent component, first thing what I basically have to do is I have to go after the greet parent which I have over here, and then I have to define that, let's say, parameter. So I have to put in, let's say, child name. So that is going to be the parameter which I'm going to be using. And inside of my alert, what I'm going to do is going to be keeping this hello, dollar, curly sign, this state parent name. And after that, I'm going to import it from another specific place. So what I'm going to do is inside of this, so I'm going to close it off. Let's say I'm going to put in from, let's say you have to put in the dollar sign again, open up the third brackets, and inside of your third bracket, you're going to type in child name. So that is what you want to put inside. Now, if we just save up the files, save it, go off over here, save, and save. And now you can go off of the sides, and this is how it should look like. But right after you press on this, you can see hello, Owen from child. So you can also put in a specific text. Maybe instead of child, you want to put in, so I'm going to cut this off. Let's say from, let's say maybe even Microsoft, just in case. If I just put this over here, Control S, saved it up. Now if I just go over here, and if I just run the whole thing, press on this, and there you go. Hello, Owen from Microsoft. So you'll be able to change the text or whatever you want to visualize. You'll be able to change it anytime you want to. So hope you understood about how you'll be able to use methods as props, how you'll be able to bypass it anytime you want to. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In our previous class, we've learned about methods as props. In this class, I'm going to be showing you everything you need to know about conditional rendering. Now, if you didn't properly check out my previous videos, it's going to be a bit hard for you to understand about conditional rendering, because we are going to be rendering visual graphics, not exactly graphics, but the stats or whatever statistics we have on our platform, and then we want to visualize it on our UI. So let's get into our class, and make sure not to skip anything, because if you do, you might face a bit of hassle later on. So let's open up VS Code on our device. So on my screen, you can see I have .js file. So we're going to stay over here, and we're going to be importing a new class or another JSX file. So I'm going to go off to my components over here, and I'm going to create another file, and I'm going to name the file user greetings. So I'm going to put in user greeting.js. So this is going to be the JSX file, and using my React snippet, I'm going to create a class depending on user greeting. So I'm going to type in RCE. There we go. I'm just going to type in RCE again. There we go. We have it. And I'm just going to remove this export. There we go. Now inside, I'm going to put a specific text which I want to visualize inside of my UI. So here I'm going to type in welcome Harris. Okay. And I'm going to go off to my app.js file, and I'm going to remove out the parent components. And here I'm going to type in user. Let's just get this off. User greeting / and close off the tag. Now I'm going to save up the file, and obviously make sure to, run your app. So I'm going to go off to my side, and you might see this error sometimes. So I'm going to play the whole thing again, refresh it, save up the file. Another thing, what we have to do is go off to the user greeting, save up this file, and go off to the site. And there we go. We have our text visualized inside of my UI. Now let's say, construct our JSX file a bit more. Now, one thing, what I want to get over here is that if I am logged in, it's going to give me a specific text. And if I'm not logged in, it's going to give me a different text. So I'm going to visualize it inside of my UI just by constructing my user greeting JSX file. So first thing, what I have to do over here is I'm going to create a constructor. So before the render, I'm going to create a couple of space, and I'm going to type in rconst, and I'm going to define this state property. So in this property, I want to say is logged. So if the person is logged, I want it to have a specific value, but I want to start off with which is off. So I'm going to put in a Boolean value, or maybe even just type in false, just like this. And this is going to define my constructor. Now, what I want to do is I want to render it inside of my app. So if I want to render it inside of my app, I'm going to copy this Control-C, or maybe even Control-X. And I'm going to create a div tag. I'm going to hit on enter, and I'm going to paste all of these. Let's keep them all together. And I'm going to create another div tag, Control-C. There we go. And if let's say I'm not logged in, I want it to say, welcome guest. Okay? So if I want to approach that type of functionality, what I basically have to do is use the if-else function. So I'm going to be using the if-else function inside of my JSX file, which is user greeting. So right before or right after this, I'm going to create another render file or another render property. But if you want to keep it more simple, you can also use this render property. So right after this curly bracket, what I'm going to do is going to be putting in the if function. So put in the if function, open up the parentheses, define the function, which is this.state.isLogged. Okay. So if the user or whoever is logged in, I want it to say, welcome Harris. So I'm going to open up the third bracket, and I'm going to create another space, and I want a return value. Return value, open up the parentheses, and inside I'm going to put in the div tag. Div. And inside of this div tag, I'm going to put in welcome Harris. Okay. Now, if the person or the user is not logged in, for that case, we have to use the else function. So I'm going to put the else function over here, else, open up the third bracket, and define it with the return value over here. And you can also create it right outside of this bracket. So you can also do that. You can also cut this, Control X. I'm going to put this inside over here, else function. The return value. Let's say I'm going to open up the parentheses and I want the return value inside of my div tag. Div. And inside I want it to say welcome guest. Okay, so this is all the things what you basically have to do. Now to actually, make this function work properly, what we have to do is comment out this return value. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to put all of them inside of the curly bracket over here. And here I'm going to put in, so I'm going to cut this off. Control Z to undo the crosses. I'm going to select from this to this. I'm going to put all of these inside of my third bracket or the curly braces over here. I'm going to put in hash and start. And right after this, I'm also going to put in asterisk and hash over here. There we go. It's working properly. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to keep this just the way it is. So I'm going to save up the file, go off to app.js, save up the file, and you're going to go off to the side. And now when you go off to the side, you might see this text, welcome guest. So it is telling you that you are not logged in yet. And we also have the Boolean value set up to false. So if we change the value to true, it might show us, let's say, the else function or the else statement, or let's say even the if statement, which is logged in. So what we can do is if we just change this text over here to true, and if we save up the file, go off to the site, and you can see we have welcome Harris. Now we can also change up the text. Instead of welcome Harris, welcome user, you are logged in. Okay, so this is what I want as my text. So if I just save up the file, go off to the side, and it is telling me, welcome user, you are logged in. Now, if I want this text to say, welcome user, log in. So if I just save up the file, and if I just change this value to false, and if I save this up again, go off to the sides, and there we go. We have welcome user, log in. One thing you have to keep in mind is that you can only use the if and else function inside, let's say, inside of the property and as a prop inside of a class. You will not be able to use the, let's say, this if and else statement inside of the JSX because it is termed as invalid. Okay? It is only used for object construction and also function calls. So what I want to do next is showing you about element variables. Now we have already learned about the if and else. Then we're going to move on to ternary conditional operator or operator. And then we're going to learn about short circuit operator. So let's move on step by step. Now, the second approach of using the if and else function is by using an element. So I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to use this element. So first thing, what you want to do is go off to the if function, and we're going to just select all of these and we're going to stop them. So close it off with the third brackets. You can see it over here. Let's take this over here, */, and you're going to put in slash and asterisk. Okay, so this is done. And now I want to define my elements. So make sure the indentation level is over here. So you're going to type in let message. So we're going to be using message. Now put in the if function. If the statement, let's say this dot state dot is logged. If the person is logged in, I want a specific value. So I'm going to open up the third bracket or the curly braces. And here I want to put in the message. Message is going to be equal to a tag, which is going to define or visualize our text. So the div tag is going to say, welcome, user, let's say I'm going to type in you're logged in. So this is what I want this person or want this to say. And now what I want to do is right after this bracket over here, I'm going to put in the else function. Else, third bracket. And here you want to put in the message. Message is equal to the div tag. And inside your div tag, I'm going to put in welcome, user, you are not logged in. Okay, so this is the exact text which I want it to be visualized inside of my UI. And now I want to define my return value. So right after that, put in return. There we go. We have the return value, and you want the return value inside of another div tag, which is going to define our specific element. So here, put in message. Okay, so save up the file. So as this is saved, let's just open up our browser, and you can see we have the text, welcome user, you are not logged in. So if I just change this value over here to true, save up the file, open up the browser, and you can see we have the text, welcome user, you are logged in. So it's going to depend on which value or which Boolean value you have over here. So basically what happens over here when you want to use the elements, you create a variable which is let message. So this is the exact, let's say, variable which we are using inside as our elements. So this is basically bypassing the JSX file into the JS, and then it is just rendering all the function what we want to use. The third method of using the if, and else function inside of your JSX is basically called the ternary conditional function. And we're going to be using that inside of our user greeting and showing it to you. And it's going to be a lot more simpler than both of these methods, which we've used right now. Another thing that you need to know is that in this approach, just by using ternary conditional, you can also use that directly inside of JSX. Now, in my class, I've told you that it is not valid to use the if and else function inside of the JSX render. But if you use this approach just by using ternary, then you will be able to use that inside of the JSX file, and you can also render it at the same time. So first thing, what we have to do is go inside of the user greeting, and we're also going to be selecting up this part. We're also going to be closing this off. Let's just postpone it, / asterisk, and you're going to go off to this line over here, asterisk and /. Okay, so inside of this render, we're going to be using the if and else function, but not directly, because we want a specific render value just by using an operator. So first thing, what we want to do is define our operator with the return value. Return this dot state dot is logged. Okay, so is logged. After that, put in a question mark, and after the question mark, open up the parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, you're going to put in the div tag. Div, and inside div tag, first off, we have to put in the true function, which is this first, or let's say the second operator. So I'm going to put in welcome user, you are logged in. Okay, there we go. We have the first div tag totally done. And here I'm going to close off the bracket over here. There we go. Close off the brackets and put in a colon. And this is going to, let's say, create the difference between the first operator with the second operator, and then so on. And right after that, open up another parentheses, and you're going to put in another div tag to define the third component, or let's say the third operator. So here I'm going to put in welcome user, you are not logged in. Now, if I just save up the file, save up all of these, open up the site, and you can see welcome user, you are logged in. Now, it is showing me logged in because we have the true value. Now, if I put in this value over here as false, save up the file, open up the site, and you can see welcome user, you are not logged in. Now, the last approach, or the last method which we are going to be using, is called the short circuit approach, or the method. Now, the last method is going to be also very simple to use. So first thing, what we want to do is put all of these inside of my curly braces over here, and let's postpone them to hash star, or this over here, hash over here, star inside. There we go. So here I'm going to create another couple of lines, and then we also want this as a return value, but we're going to be using the this function. So what we want to do over here is that this type of approach is going to depend on what type of conditional formatting you have on the left-hand side. So first thing, you want to type in return value, return, then put in the statement or the function, which is basically this dot state dot is logged. So this is the statement, and you're going to put in 2 ampersand over here, and then you want to put in the div tag. And inside of the div tag, you're going to put in welcome user, you are logged in. Okay, now one thing what we need to know about this type of approach is that if you don't have any specific value, and if you did not define another function, you will not be able to visualize any text. So it's going to check out the left-hand side, and on the left-hand side, we have this specific variable or statement or even a function that is defined when the specific value is logged in. Okay, so if we have is logged as false, if I just save up the file, go off to the side, it might show me nothing like this. So there we go, we have nothing displayed on the site. But if we change up the value to true, and save up the file, go off of the sites, you can see welcome user, you are logged in. So this is also a very simple method, but I would suggest you use the third method. It's going to help you a lot. It is also very readable and very simple. So hope you understood all of these methods of how you're going to take these approaches and how these functions are going to work. So thank you for watching this video again, and hope you understood about everything. If you have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to another class of React.js. In this class, we're going to learn everything about list rendering. So obviously, while creating an app or developing an app, you want to list out or visualize your data in a listed format. Now, for that reason, we are going to be using list rendering. each and every method you need to know step by step. So make sure not to skip any part. We're going to get started with opening up Visual Studio Code on our device. And right after the class, make sure to practice it on your own so that you can keep on the practice and keep developing your skills. Now, as you can see, I have opened up my app.js. Now, the first is create up another file with the name of namelist. So first thing, I'm going to go off to my Explorer, go off to Components, create up another file, and name it namelist.js. So this is going to be the JavaScript file, which I'm going to be customizing. So first thing, what we have to do over here is we have to create a function with the name of namelist. We can also cut this off. We can also, let's say, okay, let's just keep the name just the way it is with double E. Type in RCFE, open up the function, and it's going to be named namelist. Okay? So here, what you basically have to do inside of your function, you have to put in a constructor, or let's say a constructor name, which you're going to be putting the name along or assigned with the number. First thing, you're going to put in const name equal to, let's say, open up the second brackets, and you're going to define each and every one of these values. So the first name, which I'm going to be using, is null, comma, put in a comma, put in a bit of space, single quotation again, Jim, comma, second bracket again, and you're going to put in Jerry. So we have all of these values. You're going to cut off this value over here, or this bracket. Inside, put in single quotation. That's it. So we have the name of the list, or name of, let's say, the assigned numbers. Inside of our return value, inside of the div tag, you're going to define the specific list just by using the tags. So here I'm going to put in h2 just in case, because we don't want the biggest one. h2, and then you're going to define it with the curly braces inside. So you have to put in curly braces, open and close. And here you're going to put in names, open up the second brackets, and the first names, which you're going to be using, is going to be, let's say, 0. You can also put in name, because that is going to be the exact one which we are using over here. Here I'm going to create a couple of these copies, but if you don't want to make a copy, that's also totally fine. h2, do the same thing. Name, second brackets, close off the brackets, and inside I'm going to put in 1. And let's say for Jerry, I'm going to put in h2, close it off, open up the third brackets. I'm going to cut this off over here. I'm going to close this off over here. h2, put in the third brackets, name, second brackets, 2. There we go. So we have all of the numbers which are already applied over here and customized. I'm going to save up this file, and we're going to run it inside of the app.js. I'm going to cut this off, and here I'm going to put in name, and I'm going to put in name list slash close up the tag, and you want to save up this file too. Go off to the sides, and we can see all of these texts, null, Jim, and Jerry. If I open up inspect, if I close this up, and you can see for them we have all of these, and we also are going to have our numbers which we are using. So if I check this out, you can see we have these over here. These are the divs, and we also have the app. So we're going to define them with numbers now. Another thing that you need to know about the list is that it is also using up the same commands as you put in. So null is 1. Let's open up VSC. Null is 0. Jim is 1. And Jerry is 2. So what if we want to visualize Jerry on the second line? You can already see over here, it is already on the second line. So we can also change this, okay? So if I just put this 2 over here, 1 over here, and if we save up the file, go off to the side, we still see Jerry. So if I just put in 2 over here, 0 over here, and 1 at the end, save up the file, and you might see Jerry at the beginning. You can see Jerry at the beginning, null second, and Jim is at the third. Now we're going to be using another approach using the mathematical function. So for that, what we basically have to do is go off, open our name list file. And here, what you want to do is cut off these h2 tags as list. So I'm going to cut these off and make sure to only keep the div tag, okay? Because we are going to be needing the div tag. Here, after div, what you want to do is open up the third brackets. There we go. Create another line. I'm going to cut this off. There we go. So inside of the div, what you want to do is put in or define the names. You can see we have the name. So in the name.map, you can already see over here. So map is basically kind of like another function to find out or use a specific array of data, just like null, Jim, and Jerry. So you still might think this is a bit confusing, but let me show it to you just by finishing up the whole command line. Here, I'm going to put in name, and we're going to define it just by using the arrow function. Arrow is going to be equal with the HTML tag, h2, close off the tag, and here you want to define it with the third brackets as a component, let's say name. Okay, there we go. We have the name over here, also name over here. So if we just save up the file, open up the sides, and you can see null, Jim, and Jerry. So we have it all of them as, let's say, just this order or how this order is inside of the site. So when we use this map function or this map component, it uses this specific variable on the left-hand side, which is the name, and how it is defined inside of the constructor, and uses it as an element inside of the h2 HTML tag. It is also very simple to use, and it also has high readability. Now, another method what you can apply is also concising this whole function in a different way. But in that way, you have to use a specific parameter, but inside of the return value, you only have to put in that specific defined text, defined function, or even the defined class. First thing, what you want to do is go after the name list file over here. You can see I have already opened it up. Now, what you want to do is inside of the div tag, we have the name defined, right? So what I can do is remove this one. And we're only going to be keeping up this parentheses, but if you want to remove it, that's also totally fine. So we have the div, and inside of the const name or inside of the function, I'm going to create another variable as a parameter. So here I'm going to type in const name list, and if I just define it equal to, let's say, names dot map, or let's say I'm going to put in name dot map, and then open up the parentheses, define name equal to, let's say, with the HTML tag, and then you're going to define the parameter name. Okay, so there we go. We have it over here, and inside of the return value, as we are concising it, what I want to do is also cut this off. And here I want to only put in, let's say I'm going to put in the third bracket or the curly braces over here. And here I'm going to define the name list. Okay? So if I just save up the file, go off to my sites, and you can still see we have the listed data visualized properly. And it is also working perfect. If we just cut this off, it is still working perfect. We just have to refresh up the site, and we also have the information applied or assigned to each and every one of these texts. But one disadvantage is that you will not be able to change that manually, or change the numbers, or change the text or list manually. Now, one change, which what I'm going to do over here is that we have the list of arrayed data, right? So what I want to do is we are going to define each and every one of these persons. So if I want to do that right after the function, which we see over here, I'm going to change this, or I'm going to keep this name list, but inside I'm going to create another constructor. I'm going to cut this off, const, and you're going to put in person. Okay? So here person is equal, open up the third brackets, and you're going to start off defining your, let's say, ID or the person, whichever you prefer. Okay? So open up the third brackets, close it off, and inside, open up another third brackets. Inside, you're going to put in ID number. So the ID of the first one is going to be 1, comma. After ID, I'm going to put in the name. The name of this person is going to be, let's say, null. After that, comma. You're going to put in the age, colon. Inside of the age, you're going to put in the age, let's say 20. And the last thing, what I want is skill. Okay? Skill is going to be, let's say, Python. That is what you should know. So I'm going to close it off with the first R single parentheses. We have Python over here. And right after Python, I'm going to close off my third brackets. And after that, I'm going to put in a comma. Right after that, open up the third bracket again and define the second person. So inside, you're going to put in the ID again. Let's say I'm going to copy up all of these. Control C. There we go, ID. I'm going to put in 2. And let's change the name. Null to Jim. Let's say the age of this person is going to be 25. And this person's skill is video. I'm going to copy up all of these again. Control C. Close off the bracket, comma. Enter again. Paste it off. Let's cut this part again. Open up the third brackets. Inside, define the ID, which you have over here. And there we go. We have the last one. Let's change the name. Jerry. This person should be around, let's say, 67. And the skill of this person is AWS. Okay? So we have all of these lists over here. And one thing I'm going to change over here is that inside of this const person, I'm going to close it off right over here. Let's check out which one it is. So here I'm going to close off with the second bracket and also open it off with the second bracket over here because we are defining the data. Now we're going to be defining our const name list, what we want to be visible. So here I'm going to cut this name list, which we have over here. And here I'm going to put in person list. Okay. And here instead of name, I'm going to put in person. Okay. So we have person map, and also instead of name, I'm going to put in person. So we have person defined over a couple of times. I'm going to cut this off to person. Okay. But I'm going to be defining everything step by step. So persons are person.list or person list constructor. Person list is equal to person.map, and person is equal to h2, which we have the value. Open up the parentheses, person. Then you can also put in person.name if you want to. You can also cut off anytime. So if I put in person.name, I'm going to be defining it with another text. So here I'm going to put in, let's say, I am this person. So right after h2 or before h2, after the name over here, I'm going to close it off, or I'm going to put a dot over here. Dot, I'm going to put in I am, let's say I'm going to put in person dot age, close off the third bracket, full stop again. I have the skill of, and then you're going to put in another third bracket over here, person dot skill. Okay. So this is what you want on your JSX. So here, one thing you can see is that we have this person list over here, person list. And then we also have this option over here, person over here, person over here, person over here. So this person list or this constructor is basically bypassing each and every one of them. So we have this constructor person list over here, and person list is equal to person map. You can see over here, person map. Then open up the parentheses, and inside you have this person, age, number, and everything. Okay? So you can also open up the parentheses over here, person over here, arrow, and then right after arrow, what you can also do is open up another parentheses and put everything inside of this h2 tag. So here I'm going to open up another parentheses, h2, and I'm going to close this off. Okay, so we have both of them. And now inside of the return value, what you're going to do is type in person list. Okay, so we have the person list and we also have the name list over here. So we're going to save up the file. You can see we have one warning. So if I just open it up, you can see I am Noel, I am 20, I have the skill of Python, I am Jim, I'm 25, I have the skill of video, I am Jerry, I am 67, I have the skill of AWS. We can also change everything over here. So all we can also say is that I am like person age, and then I can put in years old. I have the skill of this, and I am professional. Okay, so here we go. If I just save up the file, if I just go off to the sides, you can see I am Noel, I am 20 years old, I have the skill of Python, and I am also a professional. Okay, so this is how it will basically work. Now, if you want to visualize it a bit more organized, what you have to do is bypass it with another component as a prop. So we have to create another functional file. So here, go off the component, create another file, which I'm going to say person.js. Okay, so we have the person.js. First thing I'm going to put in RFCE with the React snippet, and I'm going to say or use this function person. Now I'm going to go off over here, and what I want to do over here is I'm going to take out the div or anything inside of the div function because we want to define it inside of person.js. So here, what we basically have to do is that we have this person list over here, and we're going to keep the map person arrow, and then we are going to define it with another skill set. So first thing, we're just going to take out everything over here, which you see. I'm going to cut out this one, Control X. And I'm going to go off the person.js and I'm going to paste it right over here. Go off the names list, and right after person, which we see over here, I'm going to define, let's say I'm going to play it out. So I'm going to play out person.js. So here I'm going to put in person. So we have the person function totally working. Person inside of person over here. You can see this over here. We have this person, and here equal, open up the curly braces, type in another prop, close off the parentheses or close off the third brackets, and right after that, you want to close it off with a slash and the ending tag. Okay, so we have the person over here, and you're also going to keep this the person list. So if this shows you an error a couple of times, even if you open up the sides, this is what you're going to face. So one thing, what you have to do is you have to import up this parameter. So here you're going to type in import person, make sure it is capital, person from, and you're going to type in the same thing which you have in app.js. Open up the single quotation and then dot slash, okay? Single quotation, dot slash, and then you're going to type in person, because that is the name of the file we can see over here. If we just save it up, open up the sites, and you can see we have all of these text visualized perfectly. So one thing that we know over here that everything is bypassed one another. Okay, so we have the person. We also have the name list over here. So the name list, which is basically responsible for giving out all the information inside of the app.js. And the person.js is basically, let's say, used to import the data of, let's say, the name, the age, and also the skills of that specific person inside of the person.js file. Okay? Or maybe even say the name list, which is going to work as the array of data which we want to use as a criteria. So hope you understood everything about this class, and thank you for watching this video up till the very end. Hope you understood about everything. If you have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome to a new class of React.js. In this class, I'm going to show you everything step by step, so make sure not to skip any part of this class, because if you do, you might face a bit of hassle later on. And right after finishing the class, I will suggest you open up Visual Studio Code on your device and practice it on your own. So let's move on to our class by opening up the app.js file into our Visual Studio Code or whichever IDE you are using. From my screen, you can see that I have opened up Visual Studio Code. Now, what I want to do is that go off to the named lists file, and we are going to be, let's say, applying our key component inside of this specific JS file, or the JSX. Now, first thing, if you want to put a key, you have to use a specific keyword. So what you want to do is that go off to the person tag, which you have over here, which you are bypassing with the person.jsx file. What you want to do is right after that person, you have to set in a parameter by typing in key equal to the specific unique name. So it can be something like this. Okay, but obviously I'm not going to be using this specific keyword. You can put in anything you want. So just in this case, I'm going to be using, let's say, the person ID, and that is what I want to search, and that is also what I want to visualize inside of my UI. So first thing, what I want to do is that cut off this unique tag or this unique name. And here you want to put in the third brackets or the curly braces, and inside you are going to put in your keyword. So I'm going to be using person.id. And whenever you put in the ID, you will basically see the property of this. So there we go. We have put in the keyword, and now we want to visualize it by importing more. But another thing, what we want to check is that if this is working properly. So what you want to do is save up the file, go off to the browser, and you can see it is working totally perfect. Even if you open up the inspector, and you can see we don't have any specific errors. We can also cut this off, and we can have a clean console. So there we go. We have the console, and we have also inspected that every component which we are using is working properly. One thing you have to keep in mind is whenever you are working on JSX to create a list of file or a list of data, you can use different names or even different components. And whenever you want to create a component, you can obviously change the name of the key anytime. But one thing you have to keep in mind is that it has to be unique from all the data which you have. So just in case, we have used person.id, we have this unique data over here, which is going to specify one specific data. So you can see also we have name. So we can also cut this ID off, and we can also put in name. So if we just save up the file, open up our browser, you can still see it is working totally perfect. But there is another text which is appearing up, which is Jerry, okay, and to Jim. So as we have used that specific name from the specific array just by using our map function, it is working properly. But if we add something which does not have any existence inside the file, such as maybe person.key, okay, now if I save up the file, open it up, and you can still see it is working, but it is not going to be rendered. So the component which you are using inside of this bracket over here is also a prop, or this is also bypassed as a prop. So you have to keep that thing in mind and then work according to it. Another thing to keep in mind is that whenever you are working with JSX files, what you basically have to keep in mind is that it cannot be accessible inside of the JSX, and this specific prop cannot be rendered directly. So this prop which you are using over here also turns into, let's say, a child component. So what we can do is we're going to keep the person.key, but we're going to go off to the person.js file. And we are going to destruct our, let's say, function which we are using. So after person, what I want to do is just take this over here, comma, and then I'm going to put in key. Okay, so as I have put in the key over here, and I'm going to go off directly into the JSX file, open up the third bracket or the curly braces, and here I'm going to put in person.key, or maybe even person.name. So I would rather put in a name because we have that unique data over there. Save, and I'm also going to change that to person.name. Okay, save this up. Now, if I go off to my browser, you can see this is how it works. Now, another thing which you can see over here, if I just increase the size of this, you can see key is not a prop. Trying access, it will result in undefined being returned. Because this is a child component, or within a child component, you cannot destruct the prop or neither the component. So if we just basically change the unique data, which we do not have inside of our array, it will create another line. So if I just put in key just like I did a while back, put in key, if I save it up, you'll basically see it is going to create another line of array. And if it doesn't, let's just remove this over here, remove this. There we go. Save up the file, save up all of them, open up the browser, refresh the site. If you still don't check or find the fourth line, what you're going to basically do is just refresh it, and obviously now you know that it is working totally properly. Okay, now if we want to fix up the data or not use the child component as a prop, and it is telling us to define each and every one of these props, so what you basically have to do, if you have like any idea or have like basic knowledge about the UL and the LI tag, which is unordered list, and also the listed order tag from HTML, you'll be able to define each and every one of them, let's say individually. And you have to do it if you want to pass it up as a prop. So I'm not going to be showing that to you in this class. So we're going to be moving up to the next class where we're going to learn about the indexing of how you'll be able to define your list and also pass it up as a prop. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Just make sure to open up Visual Studio Code after watching up this whole video and practice on, and just make sure to reach this part where it is showing you this error. You can see over here, uncaught in promise. And also when you have this error over here, each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Welcome back to a new class of React.js. In our previous class, we've learned about key and list. So in this class, I'm going to start off from the end, which I left off in my previous class. And in this class, I'm going to be showing you everything that you need to know about index as key and tie pattern. It's going to be a long class, and there's going to be a lot of coding, which I'm going to be doing in this class. So make sure to put a bit of more attention to it, because if you do miss out a couple of things or do like have a couple of mistakes on your command lines, then it might show you a lot of errors. So without any further ado, let's open up my app on Visual Studio Code or whichever IDE you are using. From my screen, you can see I have opened up my app, which is also on the named list file. Now here on the named list, I'm going to customize a lot of these things, which I have over here. So I'm going to be removing my constructor, which is basically defining each and every ID or each and every data which I have. So I have to turn each and every one of them as a prop, but not on the same keyword or neither as the child prop, okay? Because we cannot be using the child components inside of the JSX. First thing, what I want to do is remove this const to this const over here. So if I cut all of these off, so here, right after the function of name list, which we have over here, I'm going to be creating more constructor names, person, or even the list. So I'm going to start off with const name, which we have. So const, or we can also put in const names if you want to. So I'm just going to put in const name equal, open up the second bracket and inside single quotation and then define the names. So I'm going to start off with null again, null, comma, single quotation again, Jim, comma, single quotation, Jerry. Now, another thing, what I want to do is I want my browser to detect if there are two components with the same key. So if I put in another comma and inside, if I put in another Jim, I'm just going to keep it here right now. And we're going to end up, let's say the command lines first, and then I'm going to show that to you inside of my UI or my website. So here I'm going to put in const again, and here it's going to be the person which I want to define. So here we go. We have person over here, person equal, and then you can also put in persons, which is going to be a bit different from the imported function, which we already have, person.js. So here we go. We have persons. Then after the equal, open up the second bracket again. And here you want to create like a couple of dots. Okay, so that's all you need to do. Put in like 3 dots and that's totally fine. I'm going to cut this off and I'm going to close off that tag later on. Okay, so just open it once. And then what you want to do is create another list over here. Const. And here after the const, I'm going to put in name list. Okay, name list equal, then I'm going to put in names dot map, open up the second bracket or the parentheses, whichever you prefer. I'm going to put in name, then put in equal or an arrow function, then put in your HTML tags such as h2 to define your text. So inside of my text, I'm also going to be defining it step by step. But another thing, what I want to do is that I'm going to put key components inside of these tags. So right after h2, take your console inside. And here I'm going to define the key component. So key equal third bracket or the curly braces and put in name. And on the second tag or the ending tag, I'm going to start off, okay? So here I'm going to define the name first, okay? Instead of that, you can also put that which you want to actually render. Third bracket again, close the third bracket. And here I want to put in name. So if I save up the file, and if I, as you can see, we already have 2 errors, open it up, and you can see we have const name list. Another thing, what you might face as an error is this over here. A listener indicated, and as you can see, response by returning true, but the message channel closed before a response was received. So what you can see from over here is that we have all these constructors, which we are working with. I'm going to cut this off, name dot. Okay, I'm going to save this up. And you might still see these 2 errors because we are still using these as child components, okay? Because we cannot render it directly inside of our UI. So we have to also customize it step by step just by using a lot of lists, and we have to define them step by step. Now, if we refresh up the site, you can see this is how it should actually visualize your data inside of your UI. Now, one thing, what you want to do is that we already have our parentheses and also we have our name functions. So what we can do is that you can also apply a second parameter inside of your constructor of your name list. If you want to do that, what you basically have to do inside of the map and name, just put in another parentheses. I just put this over here, another parentheses, and you're not going to be closing it off yet. Just make sure to put one, and you're going to close it off with the name. So here, name, and then comma, and then you're going to put in the index. Okay? Close off the parentheses just in case. Then we are going to define each and every one of them to visualize it inside of the JSX. So right after the index, you're going to customize the h2 tag key, okay? So the key, which we are using as name, we're going to type in index, okay? There we go, we have index. Change this one over here as the index 2, because we want to define and visualize the index of the name and also the data. So if I save up this file, you can see one warning, but open this up and you can see we have 1, 2, and 3. But even though if we have 1, 2, and 3, we can still not apply the name. If you want to apply the name right after the index inside of the h2, so just in case, I'm going to put this over here, and this one should be over here, okay? So that it is easier for you to understand. So here, what I want to do is that inside of this index or inside of this h2 tag, I'm going to apply another parameter, which is going to be the name, or which is going to visualize the name inside of the UI. Save this file up, open the browser, and you can see we have 0 null, 1 is Jim, and 2 is Jerry. So it has also used up the data which we already have inside of our, let's say, constructor of person. Now, in my class, I've also shown you like put in dots. You can also do that, but you are going to need the data. Okay, so make sure to keep the data, make sure not to remove this. And this is also the file, or which is also the file which we've used in my previous classes. Okay. Another thing that you need to know over here is that inside of the name list of constructor name, if we put in more names, it's just going to add it up inside of our UI. So starting, we used another text or another of the same name. So if I put in Jim over here, and if I save up the file, go off to the site, you can see we have 3 as Jim, not as 1. Because it's just going to keep incrementing step by step, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then so on. Now, even if I put in another text right after Jim, maybe in Jim or after Jim, I'm going to put in another name, which is not inside of this list. So if I put in Harry, save this up, open up the browser, you can still see it is still visualized and rendered in my UI. So one thing that you knew about this is that whenever you want to use 2 parameters, it will still take up the data which you put inside of your components. Now, the thing what I'm going to be showing you, I'm going to add the link on my resource folder. So this is basically kind of, let's say, another JavaScript, which is created to make more lists and also visualize them directly inside of my console or the UI. So one thing which we can see inside of this JS file is that we have the map function, which is basically used to find out the array of to-do and also the index. And also we can see the components. It's not only one, there is like a couple of parameters being used. So one thing we can see from the UI at the bottom of over here is that if I just put in one data, maybe K, if I hit on enter, or maybe just add new to start or add new to end. So if I put this over here, you can see that it has been incremented as 1, okay? But we can also see the item inside of the console or inside of the UI. And it's going to create another index, which is going to start from 1. Because the first one, we already have it from 0 and the ID of 1, which was created at this time. Now, when we have added this to let's say the end, it has created one more item inside the list and created another index so that I can put in more data. So if I put in J over here, add new to end, we can see it has incremented to 3. If I put in L over here, hit on end to new, and you can see it has incremented up to 4. But one thing, what I want to do over here is that what if I want to put the data at the beginning of the list? But I don't want the ID to be 1 because the person who has, let's say, registered the data is obviously going to be first. So if I put this Q at the start, you can see Q is right over here with the same data. You can see 3 is Q, and also it has incremented up to 4. Okay, so this is how it will work. And you can see we also have the 0 and 5 at the beginning. Okay, so this is basically how it will work. So make sure to put your data and then keep it to the start or even the end. Now, if you want to also sort them out, you can also sort by earliest. You can also sort it by the latest. So you'll be able to customize with these data. Now, the last thing that you need to know is why you should be using index as key in Java. In React and other frameworks, using indexes as keys can sometimes lead to issues. But there are situations where it might be acceptable. First key point is the performance. Keys help React identify which item have been changed, been added, or even removed. So any update on your data or on your array, it will directly identify it. If items have stable and unique identifiers, React can efficiently manage the updates. Indexes as keys might lead to suboptimal performance in scenarios where items are ordered and dynamically updated. Second key point is simplicity. It is for static lists that don't change order or even the content. Using indexes can be simpler and may avoid the need for additional unique identifiers. The third key point is stable key requirements. If the list is static or the indexes are guaranteed to be unique and consistent, using indexes may be practical. However, if the list can change, items can be reordered, added, or even removed. Using indexes as keys can cause problems like reordering issues. When items change position, using indexes can lead to incorrect element updates or unexpected behavior because React might not correctly associate the previous state with the new state. In general, it's better to use unique and stable identifiers as keys. This approach helps React efficiently manage and update the UI in real time. So now you know everything about indexes and also keys and type patterns in JS. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React. Welcome to a new class on React.js. In this class, we're going to learn everything to get you started from the basics of form handling. In our previous class, I've shown you about styling and the CSS basics, which were also very easy and can be done very easily. And I've shown you all the steps. So from this class, I'm going to start off another segment of this course, which is basically going to help you to learn a lot of these basic functions and even form handling. So this is going to be a very important class, so make sure not to skip anything, because if you do, you might miss out on something very important, and later on you might face some hassle. So without any further ado, let's open up Visual Studio Code or any IDE which you are using on your device. So I have opened up Visual Studio Code. What I want to do is that I need a clear, let's say I'm going to clear out every imported data which I already have on my app.js. So first thing, what I have to do, I'm going to cut off each and every one of them. And now, one of the most important thing, what I'm going to be doing is going to be putting up another class component, which I'm going to be using to create the form. And while creating a form, you have to use a form tag. So first off, let's just go off to the component file. You can see over here on components, create a new file with the name, let's say, form.js. So there we go. We have the form.js. Now, just by using our React snippet, I'm going to create the class component. So type in RCE. There we go. We have it. And from here, I'm going to remove out export. So now as I have removed the export, now I want a specific, let's say, visualization or data to be visualized and rendered in my UI. So here I can put in my text, let's say, this is the form component. Okay, so this is the text which I want it to be visible onto my platform. Now, right after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go off to app.js file. And here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove everything except for app.css and also the import form. So you can cut off each and every one of them, but you can also keep it if you want to. But after this class or after my previous class, I have like shown you everything about the basics, props, components, classes. Okay. So here, right after the end of styles, you're going to import form. So import, type in form, which I already have this over here, from one quotation dot slash, and then you have to type in form, and you can also put in form.cs like JS if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's also totally fine. But you have to define components if like that is more preferable. So here, what you're going to do is type in components slash form. Okay. So I have put that over there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove at everything which I am rendering right now onto my UI. And then I'm going to put in the form. There we go. So basically now we will be able to render it inside of my UI. So first off, save up this file and go off to app.js, save up this file, go off to the site, which you have over here. And you can see this is the form component, and this data has been visualized inside of my UI. Now, before we're getting more ahead in this class, we have to learn a bit about controlled component. Now, you guys might think, what is controlled component? In React, a controlled component is a form element, like an input, text area, or even select. This is controlled by the React state. This means the form element's value is tied to the state of the component, and any updates to the input are handled through React setState or the useState hook in functional components. Now, there are a lot of examples which you'll be able to use, but you just have to know how it basically works. So let's start off with the state management, which is basically the input value, which is the state, by creating using useState. And this specific value is used to control the value of the input element which you are trying to find out. Then it's about event handling. The handle change function is triggered every time the user types in the input field. This function updates the state with set input value event.target.value, and then ensuring the input's value is always in sync with the component state. Rendering the value attribute of the input field is set to input value, ensuring that the input field always displays the current state. And submission is when the form is submitted. The handle submit function is called preventing the default form submission and displaying an alert with the current input value. So basically, what are the benefits of controlled components? So if I just go off over here, now, first and the foremost point is about single source of the truth. The form data is stored in React state making it easy to control and manipulate the data. Then it's about validation. You can easily validate user input as it is entered and update the UI accordingly. And the last point is consistency. It ensures that the displayed value of an input element is always in the sync with the state of the application. So, control components are a fundamental concept in React for managing form inputs, allowing for more predictable and maintainable codes. So, now let's move on with our practical classes. So, basically, if I want to create a form onto my platform on Google over here or onto my site, which is localhost 3000, what I basically have to do is that I have to create a command line inside of my form.js file. So I'm going to go off to form.js and I'm going to remove out this component. Now here, what you want to do is you have to put everything inside of the form tag, including the div tag. So first thing, what I want to do over here, type in form. There we go. I'm going to cut all of these off. Control X. Right after div tag, I'm going to paste it right over here. Okay? And I'm also going to cut this right over here so that it is on this exact indentation level. Okay? So inside of my div tag, what I want to do is that I have to put in the label and also the input value to create that box. So first thing, or the first component which I'm going to put is label. And inside my label, I want the label to say, let's say, user ID. Okay? And we also need an input value or the input text box. So I'm going to open up another tag. And here I'm going to put in input type equal to, let's say, text. Okay, so text is what I want it to be visible or what I want to input. So if I just save up this file and go off to my site, you can see we have the user ID and we have the text box, which we will be able to use. And we can also remove out the text anytime we want to. Now, as you see this type of platform or this type of functionality on your site, one thing you have to know is that even though we are using this on React or a JavaScript, it is still on an HTML format. Now, if we want to actually turn it into a controlled component, which is a React snippet, or let's say, which is also a React component, we have to, let's say, customize it a bit, and we have to use constructor as props, which is why we have to use this function. So what you want to do is you have to deconstruct your component just a bit. So here, right after a component, I'm going to create a bit more space over here. And here in the component, I'm going to put in our const. There we go. We have our constructor. And in this state, what I want to do is it is going to be equal to username. Open up, let's say, colon and single quotation. Make sure this is a blank state, okay? Because we want the ID or we want the value from the user itself. Now, what you want to do next is you have to also put this specific value inside of the render. So right here inside of input, right over here on text, right after text, what you're going to do is put in a bit of space and you want a specific value to be visible. So the value is going to be equal to curly braces and this dot state dot username. Okay, so this is what you want it to have on your command lines. So if you just save up the file, now another thing, what you will see over here is that we did not define any specific ID or any specific number or even a keyword. So if I open up the site over here, and if I try to type anything, it will not work yet. But one thing you should be able to understand is that your command lines are working. So make sure to get up to this part where you cannot put in any, let's say, keyword or any data onto this platform. Now let's move on to the next step of how you'll be able to get the data from, let's say, the forms on your UI. So what we have to do is we have to create a handler, but we also have to use the onChange function. So if you want to use the onChange function, what you basically have to do is that you have to create a prop yourself. But first off, what you want to do is go off inside of the input type, which you have over here, value, this state.username, and right after the curly braces, you're going to type in on change and then open up equal curly braces. Again, close off the curly braces. Here, I'm going to define the crop. So I have to put in this dot handle user name change. So as we have this component right over here, we have to also define it inside of our React. So let's just go off to this username over here, and we are going to define our this handle username change. So here you have to type in handle username change. It's already going to be detected. Now equal, as this is the onChange event for this component, I have to open up the third brackets and you have to type an event over here. Okay, there we go. We have the event. Now if it shows you something like this, what we're going to do is just put them in parentheses. Event. Now event is going to be equal or the arrow sign, which you see over here, arrow function. Open up the third bracket again, and this dot set state. Set state, open up the parentheses, open up the third bracket, and here you want to type in the keyword, which is user name colon event dot target value. Okay, so now if you just save up this file, now as we don't have any specific text which is defined inside of our UI, so if I just put anything over here, it will start working. So just in case, maybe my name is Harris. If I hit enter, you can see it is taking the data. Now if I just go off to inspect over here, and you can see it is working properly. Now, if I just put any data over here, you can see at form, this specific data is being identified. Now, if I hit on enter, you can see all of these things which you have over here is kind of refreshing. Okay? So if you have reached up to this part, then it is really good. Now, next thing which we are going to learn is going to be more defined about controls component and about select tags. So let's open up Visual Studio Code again, and it will also help you to understand more about controls components. So let's go off the Visual Studio Code. So the first thing, what we have to do is that we have to create, just by using our HTML tags, but inside of another div tag. So let's go off the JSX first, and you can see inside of the form tag, and right after the first div tag, I'm going to put in another div tag. Okay, there we go. We have another div tag, and inside I'm going to put a label. And here inside of the label, I'm going to put in, let's say, comment. And right after the label, I'm going to create a text area. Text area. Okay, so that is what I'm going to put over here. And inside of my text area, what I have to do is I have to create another state inside of the constructor. Okay, so here what you're going to do is go off at the top inside over here, this constructor, and right after username, you're going to create another component. So here you're going to put in, let's say, comments. So let's define it over here, but make sure to put in the comma, which is going to differentiate both of these functions. Okay, so here you want to type in comments, which we have already defined at the bottom. So comments, colon, and then you're going to put in another single quotation, but it's going to be blank. Now, as this is blank, we have to put the value inside of the text area. So let's go after the text area, or the first tag, which we see over here. Text area, the value which we are going to get is going to be equal to the third brackets or the curly braces, this dot state dot comments. That is what you're going to put over here. And then you want to save up the file. And right after saving the file, if I open up the site, you can see now we have comments. So we have user ID. We also have comments. But one thing you will see over here is that the comments, or the box where we have to put in the text, is not working. So now let's get back to Visual Studio Code again. Now we have to put in the onChange function again. So here, what you're going to do is inside of the text area, which you have the value of, here, what you want to do is in the value, you're going to cut off more, okay? So here, right after value, you're going to put in onChange. So here we have the text area. You can see over here, text area value, which you have this state comments. And right after comments, you're going to create another line of commands. So here, put in your cursor. And here, you want to put in onChange. OnChange is equal to third bracket, open it up, this dot handle, and then you're going to put in comments change. Now, as we have put in this one, or this function, obviously we have to define it. But first off, I would suggest you save this file up and open up the site and try out the text. And you will see that it is still not working because we still have not defined it as the components. Okay, so what you want to do is right after handle username change, I'm going to create another space right over here, and I'm going to type in handle, let's say comments change. Comments change over here. Now you have to put in a class property with the event, which is going to work and it's going to make our UI more functional. Okay, so here, handle comments change is equal. Now you don't have to put in a parentheses. You can just type in event because we have already used it over here. Put in equal arrow. So this is the arrow function. Open up the third brackets. And here you want to define it with this dot set state. Set state, open up parentheses, open up the third bracket, and you want to define the username. User name, and then right after that you want to put in event dot target dot value. Okay, so you want to save up these parts too. So right after saving it, just go off to the site, put your cursor inside, and try typing it. Now you can still see that the comment section is not working, but it is being defined over here. So you want to go off of Visual Studio Code again. You want to save up this file. Now, if it still shows you this error that your text is not working properly, the one thing what you want to check on your command line is your keyword. Now, if it is being used where it needs to be, such as the precise class, let's say definer. So here I'm going to go off to handle comments change. So go off to handle comments change. And there we go. We have the keyword as username. But in this comments, we are using comments. So I'm going to put in comments. Now, if I just save up the file, go off to the site, and now I will be able to put whatever I want inside of my comment and even onto my user ID data box. Now, if this works up till this point, then congratulations, you're almost halfway. Now, the next thing, what we're going to learn is going to be about the select tag. Now, that is also an HTML tag, but there are 3 React values. One is React, one is Angular and the other one is Vue. So if you want to go off into that method, first off, you have to go off over here, and we're going to create another div tag, and inside you have to create a select tag. Okay, so right after div, which we have over here on form, I'm going to create more space and I'm going to type in div. Okay, now inside of my div tag, I'm going to put in my label first, or let's say the select first. But I would suggest you put in the label first, because defining is a lot more easier. So here I'm going to put in orange just in case. Now, right after my label, I want to put in my select tag. Cut this off. Select. Now, if you have select this over here, and now I'm going to put in the options. Option value equal double quotation, and the first value is going to be React. So React, close this off, and I have the other option, which is the closing tag. Inside, I want to put in React. Okay? And I'm going to create two more. I'm going to put in option value equal double quotation Angular. Close off, and here I'm going to put in Angular. And the last option, what I'm going to be creating is option value equal double quotation, and it's going to be Vue. Close this off. Inside, I'm going to put in Vue. Okay, now you have to import it inside of, let's say, the render or the JS. So first thing I'm going to do is assign it to the component value. So here you have to create another state component inside here. Okay, so put in a comma, and here you want to put in, let's say, the topic. So the topic, what you want to do is create the colon. Now you can put in any specific values. If you want to use Angular, you can put in Angular. If you want to put in React, you can put in React. If you want to put Vue, you can also put in Vue according to your need. So just in case, I'm going to put in React. And now this is not topic. So in case, what I want to do is I want to put in orange, and that is going to be my keyword. If I put in orange over here, save up the file, and it is still not done. But if I go off to the side, you can see we have orange, and we can also select whichever one we want. We can use React, we can use Angular, we can also use Vue at the same time. And it is also showing it to us in a validation form. So before going on to our last step, what we have to do is we have to put that specific value inside of our select tag. So here, go off to the select tag over here. Right after select, you can put in the value. And the value is going to be equal to open up, let's say, the third bracket. And you have to define it using the this function, this.state.orange. Okay, so this is what you want to do. Save up the file, and then we have our data, so we can go off to our site, and you can see it is also working, but we cannot move or we cannot change it anytime you want to, because we are now using only one specific value. So if I want only one specific value, so I can also change it from time to time. If I only want Angular value, I can put in Angular over here, save up the file, go off to the sides, and you can see we have Angular. If you want to use Vue, you just have to cut this off, type in Vue according to the keyword which you are using, save up the file, go off to the side, and now you can see we have Vue. But if you want it to be more dynamic, then I would suggest you make sure to keep this blank. So if I put this over here, if I save up the file, go off to the sides, and you can see I'll be able to only use React because that is the first one on the index. Okay, so make sure to remove out this component if you want more dynamic values. But just in case, I'm going to put in React. Save up the file, and I'm going to keep it just how it is. Now, what we basically have to do is we have to define the handler. Now, if I want to define the handler, I'm going to go off of the select value, which we already have over here. And then you have to basically just put in the onChange function, onChange equal to open up the third bracket. And here you want to put in this dot handle orange. I'm going to put in handle orange, or I'm just going to put in with a capital, which is going to be a lot more easier. Orange change. Okay. And now we have to define it just like we did on the other ones. So I'm going to put in another handler, and I'm going to put in handle orange change equal deepened equal our arrow third brackets, then put in the state, this dot set state, open up the parentheses, open up the third brackets, and here I want to put in, let's say, orange. There we go. We have an orange value. Orange is equal to event dot target dot value. Okay. So we have the event target value applied, but you can see we did not put the event target handler on anything. Okay. But I'm going to make this work properly. So now if we just go off to the site, now you can see React will be there by default, but you will be able to change up the value anytime you want to. If the value does not change, just go off to Visual Studio Code and cut this off over here, cut out the value again, go off to the side, save up the file, and then you will be able to change out the values. So this is basically how you'll be able to create a functioning, let's say, data validation table onto your UI. Now, the last thing what we're going to learn is about the submit. Now, obviously, this is a form. Now, if you have your text or whatever data you need, if you want to change or if you want to save it up or submit it, you need a button. So first thing, go off the Visual Studio Code, go at the bottom, inside of the div tag or right after the div tag, you want to create a button. So here you are going to create a button, close it off, and you're going to customize your button with the specific value. So here we have type equal to, let's say, double quotation and type in submit. Okay. Now the button, which we also have over here, is also going to say submit. Okay. Now if I save up the file, if I go off to my site, you can see we have the submit button. But if we put in our data and also select up the data over here, and if I press on submit, I can see it just goes back to, let's say, a refreshed page, because we are still using the HTML properties. We still did not use it as a React component. So we have to derive it into a React component and to make sure it is also readable. So after creating, let's say, the components, now we first off need to create a handler. Now we're also going to deconstruct our, let's say, whatever changes we are making inside of the props. So first thing, what I have to do is I'm going to create a handle submit. Okay, this is going to be another handler. So I'm going to put in handle submit equal to event, and I'm going to put in the arrow function, which is going to be equal to, let's say, the third bracket. And here you want to put in an alert function. Alert, open up the parentheses, put in the backticks. So inside of the backticks, you want to put in a $sign and open up the third bracket again. And inside of the third bracket, you want to put in this dot state dot username. And make sure the backtick or everything is inside the backtick. $sign again, open up the third bracket, this dot state dot comments. Okay, so we have the comments. Right after that, put in another one, $sign, open up the third bracket, and here put in this dot state dot let's say orange. Now, as we have done that, now first off, what we have to do is we have to deconstruct up the values inside of the form. So here, go off to the render file, which you have. You can go off at the bottom of the labels. You can see over here, such as user ID, comments, and these values. So first off, what you want to do is inside of the form, and then you want to put in on, submit, and then you want to put in the handler. So here you want to put in on submit. There we go. You have on submit equal to open up the third bracket again, and here put in this dot handle submit. Okay. Now if I save up the file, go out to the site, and now if I save up let's say I'm going to put in GH, Angular, and if I press on submit, you can see it is being shown over here by the local host. Now from the side, if I just dismiss it or press on OK, you can see that it automatically refreshes. So another thing, what I can do is I can also deconstruct up the values or the functions. So first off, what you want to do is go off to the render over here. You can see we only have one render. And now if you want to deconstruct it, right after the third bracket, you want to create another line, and you have to put in a constructor, const over here, constructor, and here you want to put in a third bracket, and inside your third bracket, I'm going to put in, let's say, user ID. Also, I'm going to put in the type or whatever we have. Let's say username. Now, after username, comma, put in comments, comma, and then orange. Okay, so we have all of these. Now, all of these are going to be equal to, let's say, this state. Equal this dot state. Now, as we have this text over here, this dot state, now what I can do is I can remove each and every one of these. So even if I remove them, it will still work properly. So cut this off, and also cut this off. Now we have only, let's say, the text. So if I just save up the file, go off to the site, and you can still see it is working properly. So if I put in GH, view, submit, and you can see it is still functioning properly. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any confusion or any question about any part of this class, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of React.js. Class Project 1. The name of the class project is how to use component mounting lifecycle method. I have attached in a description and also an outcome. So in the description, we can see where you create and initialize your components. It typically involves setting up the layout, adding components to container, and configuring component properties. Now, it might still be a bit more confusing for you to understand what is component mounting lifestyle method. So I'm going to show that to you in this class. So before getting to our outcome, let's check out the steps. First up, open up the app.js file and create a new file in the components folder. With the React snippet, create a class component with the name of the function which you want to render inside of the app or inside of the UI. In step 3, include the component in the app.js file, but make sure to also import it at the top. Step 4 is apply the constructor with console.log and static value inside the new file component. Step 5 is create another component did mount apply console.log, and inside the rendered value, apply console.log and render the value with the div tag. Open up the site and check the inspector if the components are working. The outcome is the advantage of understanding using lifecycle methods such as those in Java effects or Swing. lies in the ability to effectively manage the creation, configuration, interaction, and cleanup of components within an application on real time. So let's move on to our class project by opening up any IDE which you are using. So I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code on my device. From my screen, you can see that I have opened up app.js file. And now the first thing what you have to do is that if you have closed up your IDE and you want to get back, I've already shown you in my previous classes or in this course, you have to start off with CD and type the name of your app. It depends on what the name is. So the name of my app is just my app. So I'm going to put in my app. I'm going to hit on enter. And then I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to type in npm start. Now, when you start this, it's just going to create a local host for you onto your own site, which is going to create your own type of environment or a server on your device. Okay, so I'm going to wait until it starts up on my device on any of the browser that you have selected. So basically, after waiting for a bit, you will see these texts that compiled successfully and Webpack compiled. It's also going to create the development server on your device. So if I open up the site, you can see this is also something which I've shown you in my previous classes. Now, as I don't want to use this anymore, so what I can do is I'm going to remove out what I am rendering. So if I save up the file, go off to my site, you can see this is totally blank. And we are going to need a blank site. Now, the first thing what I have to do is I'm going to go off to my components folder and I'm going to create a file inside. So if I have to create a file inside, I'm going to click over here and I'm going to name my file, let's say life cycle y, okay? y.js. That is what you're going to type in and hit on enter. Now, just by using the React snippet, I'm going to create a class according to lifecycle y. So I'm going to type in RCE. There we go. We have created that. And then what you want to do is remove out the export because we only need the class. Okay. Now, right after the class, you're going to have the rendered value over here. Now, you can obviously put something what you want to visualize inside of your, let's say, console or UI. So here, what I want to type is going to be, let's say, this is the life cycle y. Okay, so this is what I want to, let's say, render. I'm going to cut this off, keep this capital. This is the life cycle y, and I have to import it inside over here. So I'm going to import first, import, and we have life cycle y from components lifecycle. That is totally fine. And I'm also going to render it inside here, life cycle y. Okay, and slash, close up the tag. And if I save up the file, go off to the site, you can see we might have this error because we did not compile them properly. So if I have to compile them properly, first thing I'm going to do over here is I'm going to save up this again, save this up, go off to the sites, and now you'll basically see the text. Now, we obviously have our data, which is, let's say, working on our site. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to create, let's say, a constructor inside of my lifecycle y file. So here inside of the component, I'm going to destruct it. And here, I'm going to type in, let's say, our const. There we go. And we have the super props over here and this state. So inside the state, I'm going to give this a name colon, and I'm going to put in, let's say, Harry. Okay, so that is what I want to put. And right after this state, what I want to do is I'm going to add in a console log. So here, type in console.log. Console log, open up the parentheses, and inside, you're going to put in, let's say, another variable. So here, I'm going to put in life cycle y constructor. Okay, so this is going to be the life cycle Y constructor. Now, as we have put in the constructor, we obviously have to define it inside of a render too. But before that, what I want to do is that I'm going to create props and also state, and I'm going to return out the value inside of my UI. So for that, I'm going to deconstruct again. And here I'm going to put in another function, which is the static function. Static, and then I'm going to put in get derived. This is basically, let's say, a lifecycle function. Get derived state, and then put in get derived state from props. Okay, so there we go. We have put in the props, and now I'm going to put in props over here, comma, and then you also have to put in the state. So right after the state, open up, and you have to define this one too with a console, not a parentheses. I would suggest you make sure to put in curly braces or the third brackets. Inside, you're going to put in console docs log, open up the parentheses. Inside, you want to put in single quotation and put in life cycle Y get derived from, or let's say get derived state from props. Okay, so that is what you want to actually give out the value. And another thing, what we have to do is we need to put the return value. So I'm going to put in the return value, and the return value, what we're going to put is going to be null. Okay, so there we go. We have actually put in these values, and now you're going to go off to the rendered value at the bottom, and you want to define what you have put in. So inside of the render, I'm going to, like before this return value, I'm going to put in my console. So here type in console dot log, open up the parentheses, and inside put in a single quotation and put in life cycle Y render. Okay, so you're going to save this up, and you can also customize the div tag if you want to, but I would suggest you just try using this lifecycle render, and then you want to save up the whole file. Save this up. You can see only one warning. Save this one up, go off the sites, and you can see we have lifecycle Y. Now, if you want to check out if this one, or if this is working, or the lifecycle method is working properly, first off, go off to inspect, and you might see these over here. So if I just increase the size, and you might see the components which is being used in this side. You can see, first off, we have the constructor, and we have is get derived from props, and also we have the rendered value. If I open this up, this is how it should work. Okay, you can see it is all working properly. Even if we cut this off and refresh the site, it will show you again that the lifecycle rendered value and even the constructors are working properly. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class on how you'll be able to use components mounting lifecycle methods. And obviously practice it on your own. And right after practicing, if you see a good result like this, then congratulations. But if you still have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class project of React.js. Welcome to class project 2. The name of the class project is how to use refs in Java. In Java, the term refs typically refers to references, which are pointers or handles to objects in memory. Understanding references is crucial because Java is fundamentally based on reference-based memory management. So let's move on to the steps of this class project. Open up the app.js file, and inside the components folder, create a new file, and with the React snippet, create a class component and export it inside of the app.js file. Inside the return value, inside of, let's say, the new file, put in the input type text tag. In step 3, import the component in app.js and save the file and check the site if the reference box is visible. If you still do not see the reference box, then make sure to follow up the steps, what I do. Step 4 is now to create a simple ref deconstruct your class component with the constructor using the unique ref equal react.unique. Now the unique keyword is going to be depending on what you use or what file name you use. In step 5, create another component and apply console.log. In step 6, inside the input tag, put the ref equal this.unique or the keyword and save the file and check the side inspector. If you see an object statement inside of the console, that means your reference function is working properly. So what is the outcome of using refs? References in Java play a crucial role in memory management, providing developers with tools to influence how and when objects are collected by the garbage collector. Understanding the different types of references, such as strong, soft, weak, and phantom, enables developers to write more efficient and robust application. So, without any further ado, let's open up the app.js file on whichever IDE you are using. From my screen, you can see that I have opened up Visual Studio Code. Now here, what I want to do first is remove out the life cycles because I'm not going to be using that anymore. In this class, we're going to be creating another file, which is basically going to refer as the references. So to do that, first thing what we have to do, we have to go off to the components folder. And here I'm going to create a new file. Here I'm going to type in refs. Okay, I'm just going to put in refs.js. That's all. Hit on enter. And you're going to start off creating your class component. Now, another thing to make sure that your development server is working properly. So if I just go up to my development server, you can see I still have the text which I have rendered in my previous class project. So what I want to do over here is with the React snippet, I'm going to create a class component. So type in RCE, and there we go. We have created a refs extend. So here I'm going to cut off the export because I'm not going to be needing that anymore. Now, inside of the rendered value, you have to put in the input tag. So here inside, I'm going to put in input. There we go. You can close out the tag and you can put in whatever you want inside. But I want it to be finished in one, let's say one tag. So I'm going to put it like this. Okay. So this is what you want to put over here. Now, I'm going to keep this simple and let's say straightforward. So if I want to finish all of these things at once, first off, what you have to do is inside of, let's say, the component or the function or even the class, which is basically refs, in this component, you have to deconstruct it with a constructor. So right after component, I'm going to create a couple of spaces. And here, you want to type in constructor, or I'm going to put in r const. There we go. And you might see this dot state. Now, one thing, what I'm going to do over here is that I'm not going to be using this exact one. So instead, I want to put a specific reference. So here, what I want to use over here, so I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to cut this off too. Make sure this is on this indentation level. This dot input ref. Okay, this is the variable what I want to create, and inside of this ref input, what I want to do is equal to react dot create ref. Open up the parentheses and close off the parentheses, and you can also cut this off anytime you want. So instead, I'm going to cut this off because I'm not going to be needing that anymore. Okay, so we have created our references, but another thing what you have to do is you have to mount it together. If you want to mount it together, what you have to do is create another space, and here I'm going to type in component did mount. Okay, this is also, let's say, a mounting function. So I'm going to put in component did mount. Open up the parentheses, and right after the parentheses, open up the third bracket. Okay? And here you want to put in console.log. And then you are going to open up the parentheses, and you're going to put in this dot input ref. There we go. So we have put in the this dot input. But another thing which I've shown you, or another thing which I've told you, is that inside the input, you have to put in the type unique. So first off, what you have to do is right after input, make sure to create another space, type in type equal double quotation text, because we are going to be putting in text. And now I'm going to put in the reference ref equal, open up the third brackets, this dot input ref. Okay, so that is what you want to put over here, and then you want to save up the file. First off, let's save up the file. There we go. Go off to app.js, and you have to save up the file here too. But one thing you can see that we did not define what we want to render. So if you want to render, just make sure to put in refs over here. So I'm going to open up the tag refs. Okay, refs slash close the tag. Now if I save up the file, you can see we might have one error. Now we have one error because we did not import it yet. So I have to import refs from components refs. Okay, save up the file again, and then go off to the sides, and you might see your box. And now I have shown you like a couple of extra things which I did all together, but I would suggest you move in step by step. Okay, so if I just go off to the side again, and you might see that this is the box where you'll be able to input your data, and that is why we have put in type equals the text. Okay, now if I just go off to the inspector, and you might see we have the object file. You can see current input is object. Another one is also going to be the same. Now, if you see these objects, that means your functions are working properly. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood everything in this class and also in this course. If you have any confusion or any question about any part of these classes, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to the end of this class. And make sure to be safe and practice all of these things at your own. And right after, let's say, doing all of these projects or even these class projects, just make sure to take a screenshot and upload it on our project panel so that we can check how you are progressing with work. So thank you again, and hope to see you guys in my next course.